very good morning. We are live from Megata Cricket Association grounds in Colombo. This IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, the match between Namibia and England, with another good game of cricket we are hoping for in this final day action of this first round in this IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025 with England. They are unbeaten at the moment in this tournament with 5 wins on the trot, taking on Namibia on the back of a losing course yesterday, bowling out for a mere 49 runs against USA. Joining with me in the combox, Kavind Rajapaksha. Kavind, very good morning.
Very good morning to you as well, Malinda. It's going to be an interesting game. England do need to keep the unbeaten run intact, and they'll be batting first today against Namibia. Namibia having a rather average tournament so far in the Over-50s World Cup 2025, and for England it has been a really good season. And here's the today's fixture: Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand at MCA Grounds, and Zimbabwe versus USA at BRC, and Namibia will be taking on England at the MCA Grounds. Here, that's the game we are bringing to you live. And in the Group B section, West Indies versus Australia at Bloomfields, and Pakistan versus India at Pusa Grounds, Bandaragaman. That's probably the first match at Bandaragaman. It's a brilliant game. Pakistan and India always came in with crowds, and the last game South Africa will take on Canada in the CCC grounds at Colombo.
Yes, indeed, plenty of action. All here come from Colombo. We are Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Here we can see the leading wicket takers so far in this competition. Ali Bukhari from Wales right on top with 17 wickets in 6 games with an average of 11 and a best of 4 for 14. Vian Smith from South Africa also picked up 13 wickets so far, best of 5 for 21. Marcus Sharo from England, he picked up 10 wickets as well. Even Rees from Wales 10 wickets, and Simon Weddington also picked up 10 wickets from Australia. And also we can take a look at the most runs as well, with guys excellent from England leading the chart with 265 runs, the high score of 109 unbeaten runs. Fakir Dungaria from India, 250 runs, averaging 83 as well, best of 124. Jason Odds from Zimbabwe, 242 runs, high score of 107, averaging 80.67 as well. Mason Robinson from New Zealand, who got also 216 runs, and Stu Mays from Australia got 214 runs in just 3 innings with a high score of 108.
This is the points table of Group A. England 5 matches, 5 wins, 10 points, and a run rate of 1.574, and Sri Lanka only losing to England a couple of days back, and USA a pretty good season tournament for them. They've won 3 and lost 2, and New Zealand lost to USA in that early game, and to Sri Lanka, and UAE 6 matches, 4 losses. Zimbabwe and Namibia at the bottom of the table. England will taking on Namibia, so it will be an easy game that will be telecasted today.
Yes, indeed, Kavind. Namibia yet to register a win in this competition, and we can see the points table from Group B. Australia right on top with 5 wins on the trot, with 10 points, a net run rate of 0.528. Pakistan 4 wins in 5 games, 1 loss with 8 points, and India 3 wins in 5 games with 2 losses as well. Wales on the other hand, they lost 4 games while winning just 2 games. West Indies 2 wins and 3 losses. South Africa and Canada at the bottom of the table with 1 win apiece and 4 losses to both sides. So we are ready for the pitch report with Nathan Coggins at the middle of the wicket.
Morning, and it's a top versus bottom here at the Mercantile Cricket Association as England take on Namibia at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Taking a closer look at today's pitch, this is the same pitch that was used for the USA versus Namibia game yesterday, and hence there's been a bit of grass rolled in. Greener grass on just short of a good length, and the good length for the fast bowlers. Bit of moisture in the surface as well, which should aid the seamers in the first innings, but you would expect that to dry up and batting to get easier as the day progresses. But considering this is a used surface, we might see a bit of spin come into the picture in the second innings. However, as always, it's good batting conditions here at the MCA. Bit of a slow outfield, but batsmen will be invited to go over the top, especially considering their shorter boundaries as well. Overall, I would say around 230 to 240 is a minimum score on this wicket, and batting first and runs on the board should be the way to go.
Yeah, he's Rick on that batting first and runs on the board is the key to the success for the teams winning the toss. It's going to be an interesting battle with England. They are in sensational form during this period, winning all 5 games at the defending champions as well. They are high on confidence as well. But Namibia, on the other hand, they lost all 5 games they played so far, and they will hope to finish the tournament with a consolation win. And it's going to be an interesting battle once again in this group as well, with plenty of actions here coming today with Sri Lanka's number 1 sports channel, ThePapare. So tuning in for Sri Lanka's number 1 sports channel, ThePapare. So Kavint, yesterday we saw a few low scoring games as well, with Namibia bowling out for 49 runs. What's your thoughts about it?
Yeah, Namibia has had pretty average tournament so far, while compared to England, Sri Lanka was the match that was probably the game of this group, and Sri Lanka were bundled out 149 after England put on 200 plus total on batting first. So probably England will look to keep their unbeaten tact in play, and they've rested a couple of players as well. So against this Namibian side, they are giving everyone a chance to get into a rhythm and play when they are needed. And this is the couple of dressing rooms at MCA. Both players were warming up prior to the toss, and this is the media unit from England, who has travelled all the way to Sri Lanka. They have a stream as well sitting right next to us, and
yes, indeed, England yesterday they faced New Zealand at Mount Lavinia. They won that game by just 5 wickets, with New Zealand got 172 for the loss of 6 wickets in their 45 overs, and England chased down that target with 11 balls to spare after 5 wickets lost. Namibia, on the other hand, they bowled out for 49 in 23 overs they batted, and USA chased down that target quite easily in the end. Such a dominant win, as you say, with USA winning by 9 wickets with just 4.3 overs they used for that chase as well. With Pakistan also continue their good work in the field, just lose 1 game and 4 wins for them as well. Yesterday they beat South Africa, but by 5 wickets as well. By Canada, on the other hand, they lost to Australia. That game, Canada bowled out for 155, and there you can see MCA Academy, young kids playing basketball. There's plenty of actions in these days we can provide to you. And We are ready for the toss with Yusuf Suri at the middle of the wicket with two captains.
We're in the capital city of Colombo here, and it's no simple affair here at the IMC Over-50s World Cup here. In the red corner, representing Namibia, we have Davi Hudsenberg, and of course representing the Englishman fighting here for tonight is Richard Trotman. Davi, you've got the coin. Heads is the call. Heads it is. Richard? No Rory, no Marcus, no Giles in the team. Unbeaten run so far. How's it going?
It's going really well. The boys are trying their hearts out. We're putting everything on the line, so hopefully go again the same today.
Your unbeaten streak is hoping to continue.
Hoping to continue, absolutely. We'll be working hard to do so.
All the very best, Richard. Dawi, not the choicest of tournaments so far. What expectations for today?
Yeah, we need to rock up sometime, so hopefully we can get a good game in today. Of the three disciplines, our batting has let us down badly this tournament so far, so we need to pull that right. That's our first aim.
Wishing all the batters come good today. All the best, Rory. And with that, the choice, the news from the centre, ladies and gentlemen, is England have taken the toss here at the MCA Cricket Grounds and will have a bat first in their IMC's Over-50s final group stage World Cup game.
So that's the news from the centre. England have won the toss and they have decided to bat first here. Here you can see the both teams' lineups, and with Namibia, Leon Fleming, Piers Lee Strange, Lewis Nokia, William Jennings, Divya Hasenberg, David Coetzee, Isidore Titus, Ken Joseph, Julian Fenezi, William Brensberg and Turkey Books as well in their side. On the other hand, England, Charlie Knightley, Jonathan Wildman, Richard Trotman, the skipper, Alex Richards, Kistage Desai, Chuan Hadji, Jason Whittaker, Nick Phillips, Sean Cooper, Liam Hickey and Luke Jarvis in their lineup as well. So plenty of changes for England. They are trying to test their bench strength as well. They won that all 5 games. So far they are giving the chances to the rest of the squad as well. That's a good looking side as well.
Yeah, and only two unbeaten teams so far in the tournament. That's Australia and England. They've played a good brand of cricket for this over-50 World Cup. They had some good performances, and it's an all-round balanced team this English side has, and they've rested a couple of players as well, and that is against Namibia, because Namibia lost all 5 of their games, and it will be England who will be batting first after winning the toss. It's a good decision to bat first in this used MCA pitch.
So we are ready. Here comes the first ball.
Outside the off stump. Cut away, but straight to the fielder. This is Knightley and Wellman. Wellman with the first strike as Joseph. There again a similar shot, but goes through the infield, and that will be the first boundary for England. It was short outside the off stump. I was driven through, and exactly where the first ball went as well, but this time around it was a misfield, and there was no stopping it after going past the outfield there again.
Yes, right through that short cover fieldsman. Easy pickings then for England. They are not on the board. Wildman, Joseph comes again. This time he's decided to left it alone.
All 3 balls in a similar area. Wellman tried to cut the couple of first couple of deliveries, but the third one he interestingly left it alone, and there again straight to that fielder. Joseph trying to keep it simple, just outside the off stump, as Wildman has taken a middle stump guard. There again outside the off stump, trying to cut it again. Same result, and all 5 balls have gone to the same fielder.
Yes, he's especially Joseph also. He is bowling at that outside the off stump line, probably on the 4th and 5th stump. Once again.
And that's the first over done. England 4 runs for no loss after 1 over.
John Wildman and Charlie Knightley open the batting for England. Ken Joseph bowled the first over, conceded 1 boundary as well. It's going to be David Coetzee to bowl here for Namibia with the new ball from that Vijayaram end. Fine leg in the boundary, and now they push back square leg into the boundary as well. Only 2 fielders allowed, 3 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle in these first 15 overs.
Yeah, they have 3 power plays. The first power play, 3 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. The second 15 overs, they are allowed 4 fielders, and the last 15 overs they are allowed 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. As we see Coetzee coming in a full toss. It should have been a wide, but Knightley puts the bat outside the off stump and gets the bat on ball. Here's the full toss again. It was a juicy full toss outside the off stump. He was way outside the wide line as well. Very unlucky to have got bat on ball there. And yet again that one on the leg stump and flicked away. This will be the second boundary coming in for England. Easy runs coming. Knightley gets off the mark. It was a full toss on the leg stump and he flicked it neatly to the boundary.
Yes, indeed. Poor ball in this down the leg side. Easy pickings that occasion from the left hander. And need to correct that the 2 fielders outside the circle there with the third man and deep backward point in the boundary as well. Once again has to re-bowl that one.
Coetzee have tried to bowl in that leg stump line. He's considered a boundary bowling that line already, and there again on the off stump, and there was driven, and the English batsman change over for a single. But that was yet again a full toss. Malinder could have easily gone to the boundary, and Coetzee need to keep his line and length, get his line and length correct here, because he's bowled a couple of deliveries on the leg stump, and he's pushed it wide as well. He's really lucky to have not considered any more wides, because England batsman did manage to get bat on ball even on the wide deliveries. Here's Wilman. The first ball he faces from Koitsi, and there again it's another wide. Looks like there's going to be a lot of extras in this game by the looks of it.
Yes, he's still not get the better of the line and lens as well. That's much better. That's pretty much better from Koitsi.
That probably is the best ball he's bowled so far in the first 5 deliveries. That's where he needs to keep it right on that fourth stump, third stump, fourth stump line. Not letting the batsman move away. There again, that's a full toss on the leg stump. Luckily, there's a sweeper back there, and that's the second over done. It's 12 for no loss, England.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Twelve runs on the board easily on England's side after a couple of overs being completed. Joseph will continue from Vidya Mavaten. Wildman on strike here. Good start this time from Joseph, who bowled at the 4th and 5th stump in that first over. This time right on the money. On the back foot once again and finds that fielder yet again.
That has been a good fielding position, good captaincy by Namibia, the Namibian captain, because both these batsmen have tried to drive it on the up, and that's the field they've met with. And here's a quick single, down too long off. Player wasn't in the 30-yard circle. He was one of the players who was monitoring the boundary line. Both these two batsmen have rotated strike neatly. Just 2 boundaries and a couple of extras as well, as Knightley is ready to face the first ball from Joseph. As the left-hander, it's a left-hand, right-hand combination for England. Joseph trying to get it away, trying to get the ball to swing away, but met by Knightley pretty well. There again, driven to extra cover, no run. This has been a good over from Joseph. He's not given away any freebies, just a single off the 3rd over, and it will stay that way. That's a good over, just 1 run off it, and England are 13 for no loss after 3 overs.
That was a good over from Joseph. Just only 1 run conceded. And Coatsy will continue here. 8 runs conceded in his first over. With freebies on the leg side as well. John Wildman is he batted just 1 innings in addition to this game. He scored 37 runs in that game. 6 of 12 to him at the moment. Once again, poor length as well. Way down the leg side. Has to re-bowl that one.
Koichi this time balls a good delivery. He's bowled 3 wides already in his 1.2 overs. Needs to keep it simple. And there again was outside the left leg stump, but I think the batsman moved inwards. That was why the wide was not given by the umpire.
This time, good delivery from Coatsy. Couple of balls remaining. (14 for England after putting to bat first. Full toss, straight drive, but I hit the non-striker's wicket. Still, just that wide in this over. No extra runs has been scored so far. Another dot ball. A good over from Coatsy after first 3 balls slightly outside the leg stump. Another 4th over England, 14 without loss.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Guys, Eccleston is the lead run scorer for England in this competition. He scored 265 runs in just 4 innings. And average 265 as well. Strike rate of 94.31. He's been such a dominant form as well for England. One of the key players in this competition for England's success going towards this tournament.
Joseph is back to bowl his 3rd over. It is the 5th over of the game. Joseph has been bowling a tight length. Considered a boundary, and all his 12 deliveries, rest of the 12 deliveries have not gone to runs, and that's cut away. And that will be another throw. Crosses the boundary. Outside the off stump, cut away, driven away, and England move to 18 runs for no wicket. This is the second loose delivery from Joseph. Outside the off stump, there were 3 fielders who tried to get to it, but none of them could. And at the end, Knightley gets another boundary. He's scored 9 runs of 9 deliveries, while Wildman has 6 runs of just 17 deliveries. Joseph yet again driven, this time field at just inside the 30-yard circle, but Knightley and Wildman crossover for a single.
Yeah, fuller that time from Joseph. Just a single. Luckily, he conceded. That's much better. Both these bowlers bowling good against the right hand, but when against the left hand, they are slightly inconsistent with their lines and lengths. This time cut away beautifully. Another easy pickings and another boundary for England. Wildman will happy with that boundary after a nervy start as well. He got a 19 balls he faced so far and managed to move up to 10. 23 runs on the board with one more delivery remaining in this fifth over. 4 boundaries already has been scored by England. Joseph none for 14. Same length and good fielding by that backward pointer fieldsman. Just the 1 run conceded that time. 5 overs completed. England, after putting to bat first, they are 24 without loss.
So it's 24 for no loss after 5 overs for England after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Coach to continue. With me up in the comm box is Yusuf. Good morning.
Afternoon, Nethaka. Humid conditions in Colombo today. And England very much on their unbeaten run, still being continued.
It's struck on the pads that time, but just sliding down the leg side. Yes, England have been on a sensational run so far at the IMC Over-50s World Cup. All 5 of their games and win all 5 of them rather convincingly.
Yes, a lot of conviction in their performances so far. They've beaten the home team.
This time a full toss, and that's a no ball on the hips and nicely whipped away by Wildman. He adds 4 more runs to his tally. 5 runs to the team total and a free hit to come. Coach there got it completely wrong. Almost at chest height for Wildman. All he needed to do was get some bat on that to beat the inner circle and raced away to the boundary.
Namibia's tournament hasn't been particularly impressive, Nethaka. They've yet to win a game this tournament, and I was speaking to the skipper of wider delivery, and Wildman reaching out to make sure that he gets some contact and will get off strike. And speaking to Dowie earlier in the toss, and he was pretty convinced that the batting was the department that has let them down, but the bowling and the fielding doesn't seem to be cooperating for them either.
Yes, indeed, Yusuf, especially considering they're playing on a used surface today. Bit of moisture on it, a bit sticky. Lot of green grass. You would have expected them to not, if not pick up a few early wickets, at least to limit the runs, but they haven't been able to do either. Not made best use of what should be useful bowling conditions.
Definitely, I think, and the sun beating down hasn't helped them either. The pitch has hardened, helping the batters more. England winning the toss, electing to bat first. You'd have expected England to, bowl earlier and try to wrap up things here quickly, but they've given the opportunity for an entire squad today, and all their key players drop for this fixture. Giles Eccleston, their leading wicket taker, Marcus and Roy Smith, both of them the leading run scorers for England, both dropped today. So a lot of opportunities being handed out by the English.
Yes, definitely they'd want to give all of their squad players a chance as well before while their qualification is certain, and probably testing out their options in case they do have any injury crisis or unavailability issues towards the latter end of the tournament.
It's always good to have your resources and your battalions warmed up, Nathan, and I think England doing the right thing here with the qualification pretty much rest assured for the tourists.
Yes, they faced their closest competition from Sri Lanka, but they won that game too quite convincingly, as that brings an end to the 6th over. It's a 31 for no loss.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
So Joseph to continue. Like we were speaking about in the previous over, Yusuf, the closest competition that we thought England would face was from the host Sri Lanka, but they won that game by 9 wickets a couple of days ago.
I mean, even in my case, that was the expectation, that Sri Lanka would be the competition for England, but they've been heads and shoulders above the rest across all 3 departments, and even now you can see there's so much of composure, not just in terms of skill but in terms of mental application, both from Knightley and Wildman. They're waiting on the ball, they're allowing it to come to them, and that'll go down the leg side, and the English will have 4 more added to the total.
Yes, a loose delivery on the pads, and nicely worked away by the left-handed Knightley. Bit of a gift there from Joseph, and short fine not doing enough to cut it off. So you can see harmless delivery there. All he needed to do was get some bat on that, and would race away to the boundary. 4 more runs to the English total. This time again on the pads, but field was adjusted after that previous boundary. So Namibia will only concede the 2 runs, but quite a toothless bowling so far, Yusuf.
Knightley comes back for a second. Definitely doesn't look over 50 with the running between the wickets, England, but this, I think, Nathan, they've really stuck to their guns, the English, and the Namibians haven't really helped that much either. In comes Joseph. We'll tuck it down towards short mid-wicket. Good effort there in the deep. 1 more to the English total. Nathan, one thing that I've noticed across this tournament is the incredible run rate at which England have regularly scored across the tournament. A lot of the other teams have not been able to match up with the scoring rate. They've racked up run rates of above a run a ball, near to a run a ball, a lot of the matches, and the other teams have really failed to catch up, and that's kind of been a defining factor in the way they've gone about their affairs, aggression and proactiveness.
Yes, that's an approach we've seen from English cricket as a whole, as that's a good effort in the field. Saved a certain boundary there at short extra cover. But yes, that's an approach that we're used to seeing from England in all forms of the game, even Test cricket in recent years. That proactive and that aggressive approach, trying to make the most of whatever batting conditions are available to them, and it's paid good dividends for them so far.
Courtesy, of course, a change in philosophy from the 2015 battalion of Owen Morgan and Andrew Strauss. It has fed into the grassroots of English cricket and driven beautifully stood on it nicely and played it on the up, but straight to the field. End of this 7:39 for now.
So 39 for no loss after 7 overs. Kurtzer to continue. Hasn't looked at his best so far today. The 4 extras so far in just 7 overs, 3 wides and a no ball. And pretty worrying signs.
I mean, it's not been the most rash bowling performances, but it's not been the most convincing ones either. And you look at the kind of form both Knightley and Wildman are showing. They're already in the conditions helping them. It's at this point definitely not something the Namibians have asked for. Once again on the full and driven beautifully across the green here at the MCA Cricket Grounds. Very good footwork by Wildman. Punched down through the covers. He moves on to 21. England on 43.
Yes, found the gap perfectly there. Juicy half volley, inviting the cover drive from Wildman, and he obliged piercing that gap, and that was going too quick for that sweeper cover to cut it off. And yes, England now on a 43 for no loss. Going at a runner ball.
Namibia haven't gotten past 200 yet this whole tournament, Nathan, and that is something, a mental milestone that the English would hope to have. And given that they're handing over a lot of opportunities in this particular fixture, I think it would be England's priority to, bat out the entire 45 over quarter. Once again, the ball sliding down the leg. Umpire will give it byes, so England 44 after that additional run.
Yes, as you were saying, England have nothing to lose in this game. They've already sealed their qualification. They are looking like firm favourites to go on and clinch this IMC Over-50s World Cup. They just want to bat out these 45 overs and see how much runs they can score. And as this MCA pitch eases up, it should become a batting paradise after the 15th over or so. It's looking like that already, but that has largely been due to the poor bowling from the Namibians. But with the sun beating down and that moisture from the pitch evaporating, and the softer ball should be a very challenging target for Namibia if England do manage to bat at this rate all for their 45 over quarter.
Good fielding down at short square leg there by the fieldsman. Namibia looking for that all-important first win of their tournament. England on a teetering run of form. Goes to show how the cricketing culture has impacted both these countries. England have a lot of cricket going on there. We'll get through for one more run. This is smart batting by Wildman. Nathan, I think you look at the English setup right down there in the UK. There's so much of cricket going on. Sunday League cricket, the county championship and all of that. And there's cricket for everybody there. And I think for them, those who are coming here with the English over-50s, it's another day for them. And I think that is showing in the kind of starkly different performances they're displaying.
Yes, grassroots cricket is very, very strong, as that's a wide on the offside and fumble by the keeper. That's down to the boundary. 5 more to the English total, and it's not looking good for Namibia so far. But yes, as you were saying, Yusuf, grassroots cricket is really strong in countries like England. There's cricket for everyone, as you said. There's grade cricket, there's county cricket, there's they have a strong women's setup, a strong underage setup as well. And very evidently, they've got a strong over-50 setup. And I'm sure most of these players have represented their respective counties in at first class level. And they regularly turn out for their sides, be it Saturday League or grade cricket.
Wildman on 22.
On the pads and tickled away towards a fine leg. A fielder can't cut it off. And that brings up the 50 for England at the close of the 8th over. It's 53 for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So England have brought up their 50 in just the 8th over, Yusuf.
Good going for the Englishmen. They've opted for drinks. Wildman and Knightley have looked pretty comfortable and at home at the crease. Wildman and Knightley both. Hasn't been the most convincing bowling performances from the Namibians so far, and both the Englishmen seem to be enjoying it out there here at the MCA Grounds.
Yes, and they're currently going at 7 runs to the over, but they haven't really taken any risks, Yusuf. They've just put away some bad bowling that deserved to be punished. And we were talking about how we're used to seeing an aggressive approach from England, but they haven't really taken any risks here. They've just given the deliveries their due credit, and still they find themselves in a really strong position at 56 for no loss after the 8th over. As we see a change of bowling, Lestrange into the bowling attack and starts with a full toss. A gift for Wildman, and he obliges, whips that away in a vacant square leg region.
Paris Lestrange hasn't had the best tournament so far, just a wicket in all his 5 encounters. 116 runs contributed with the bat, but bar that, it's been quite the similar story as much has been for Namibia.
Yes, not an ideal start from him. He'll be hoping to at least land the ball off this next delivery.
Charlie Knightley, on the other hand, he's having a comeback. Only 5 runs in the previous 4 matches, and he's been able to accumulate 22 today. And at a healthy strike rate, Nathan, as you were mentioning. It's been customary bowling, but even convincing batting by both Knightley and Wildman.
It's good opportunity for the Englishman to find some form. Of course, as we know, their key players all rested. Their leading run scorer also rested. So it's a good opportunity for the other members of that batting lineup to put their hand up and show that they too can do the job and put runs on the board for their side.
It was the same thing being emphasized by the English skipper, Richard Trotman, earlier in the day at the toss. He wanted all his players to be up and running as the tournament gets deeper and deeper. It's only going to get harder. In comes Lestrange. England conveniently managing affairs here. 63 for the loss of no wicket so far. They're still in the power play.
Yes, making good use of those fielding restrictions so far are England, finding the gaps. MCA typically has a slower outfield than most grounds, Yusuf, but that doesn't seem to be a problem for these two English openers.
Yeah, the green here seems to retain a lot of moisture compared to other venues across Colombo, and but as you mentioned, Nathan, it's been quite easy for the English batters to pick out the loser deliveries once again. England getting a lot of rewards from the Namibians.
Yes, another gift by Lestrange there. Knightley not getting any bat on it, but still gets that extra run. This time short and wide and cut away in the gap by Knightley. But that's a good effort in the covers. Keeps that down to just a single. That was a certain boundary, Yusuf.
Cut and cut hard. I think Wildman's been able to connect a few glorious shots but get it straight to the fieldsman on quite a few occasions.
Yes, he'd consider himself a bit unlucky. There has been some decent fielding so far from the Namibians in the inner circle. Saved a few boundaries. But despite that, they are still find themselves leaking more than 7.5 runs to the over. As Lestrange has conceded 10 runs already in his first 5 balls. Knightley will be hoping he can close out this over with a boundary. Put some more pressure.
.36 runs coming of boundaries in the English innings so far. And they've run well for the remaining 30, just like that, Nathan.
He's taking those quick singles even in the 30-yard circle, as that brings an end to the 9th over. England 67 for no loss. Yeah. 67 for no loss then after 9 overs. And coming back to the run in between the wickets, Yusuf, it's great to see players even at over 50 level still alert, still agile enough to take those quick singles, to drop and run in the power play when there's 7 fielders camping around the bat. As we've seen the first introduction of spin from Namibia.
Bit of a cloud cover creeping in here as well, Nathan.
Yes, the weather has become quite pleasant, I would say. And as long as the skies don't open up, I think even the players would appreciate that little bit of cloud cover.
Definitely, I think the Colombo sun is never forgiving. Part of the reasons why I always run back to my hometown as soon as the weekend hits.
Yes, Isidore Titus into the bowl in attack. Yes, this cloud covering must be something you're used to back in Kandy, Yusuf.
Definitely. Much better than in Colombo, not that it is forgiving there either. The ball goes through the gate there for the short extra cover, mid-off fieldsman, I beg your pardon. And once again, active running.
Yes, we're talking about how alert and agile these players are. And it's on display there as well. Alert to that misfield and able to get back for that second run. And as you know, in cricket is a game where every run counts, Yusuf.
Definitely, definitely. I think England are not taking complacency, get the better of them. Isidore Titus will continue for Namibia.
This time much better field in that cover region. No run conceded. 15 over power plays in this Over-50s World Cup, as you know, Yusuf, and England having 33 balls left as that's spilled at extra cover, but the slow outfield gives the fielder running back from mid-off the chance to keep it down to just the double. Otherwise, saves the blushers for his teammate, I would say. That was heading towards the boundary, but we're talking about the slower MCA outfield, and that has come to Namibia's help on this occasion.
Much better from Titus. Weather staying put here at Vijayarama.
Nicely punched there by Knightley, but straight to the fielder. The end of the 10th over, it's 71 for no loss.
This has been a brilliant start for England. Just 10 overs, 71 runs scored already, and the extras have helped because Wellman is 30 of 33 and Knightley is 29 of 28, and they are going close to run a ball, but England scoreboard stands 71 for the loss of no wickets in the 10th over. Namibia bowling has been a little wavered, and that is why they have conceded 10 as Lestrange comes in and bowls another wide. His first over has gone for 11 runs, and the start of the second over he bowls another wide.
Yeah, that's been the issue for them. They are so much inconsistent with their bowling, and these two batters has been superb so far in this period. Down to sweeper cover, just a single. At the end of 5 overs, they were 24 for none, and then they have scored more than 40 runs. Looks like nearly 40 runs in the next 5 overs.
Yeah, and in the pitch report, the Coggins said that there was a little bit of grass, and the first 5 overs they've managed to keep them at 24 for no loss, as you said, Malinder. But as the game has progressed, the next 5 overs has gone to plenty of runs, and this has been the case for Namibia. Yet again a wide, even on the leg stump, and if that had been a right hand, that would certainly have been a wide as well, as there was a misfield by the keeper as well. So 2 runs taken in that delivery. 75 runs in just 61 deliveries for England, as Lestrange comes in and bowls another, and goes to the boundary through that third man area. Yet again wayward bowling being punished. It was outside the off stump. A normal third man would have cut it down to a single, but there's no point at the field in position, and hence the sweeper cover is in the boundary. Hence either way of that either way of that field at third man, there's a boundary to be taken.
19 runs he is given so far in just 1.2 overs. That's much better.
Namibia need to keep their line and lengths right, get their line and lengths right, because if they do bowl these type of loose deliveries, they are surely a 300 target would be on the cards here.
Full toss once again, easily put away behind square leg. Another boundary. Very poor ball in this from Lestrange. 11th boundary in this England's innings. We are in the 11th over after put into bat first by England.
A full toss on the leg side, and he's flicked it to the boundary. 11 fours already. That's 44 runs of 11 deliveries, and a good opening partnership and a good opening power play for England. This probably would be the highest in the tournament so far. Lestrange comes in, bowls it at wide and tries to get to it, and falls off. He does not connect, and that's 5 wides call from the umpire. Tried his level best to get to it, but did not manage to. Hugo doesn't make contact. The swing takes him straight to the ground.
Doesn't matter why, man. They got 5 extra runs as well. He moves on to 43 at the moment, in 39 rather, of 37 balls. 88 runs on the board and 17 runs so far in this over, and make that 18 with another wide.
This is what Namibia can't be doing. Ball plenty of wide deliveries, and here it is, 29 runs of just 10 deliveries of less run. What Namibia should be doing is ball wicket to wicket. There again another wide. This is getting from bad to worse for Namibia. 90 runs already. There you go. 22 extras. 1 no ball, 11 wides. And 1 bye as well. 22 extras. A bit too much in just 10 overs as well. 64 balls.
That's the way to bowl that, but they are really under pressure at the moment. He's given away 30 runs in just 1.5 overs. 90 runs on the board. Last ball coming up. 4 overs left in this first power play. Shot down to sweeper cover. Easy single. Expensive over for England. 11 overs completed. 91 for 9.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
says grill, you know it's going to be fantastic.
Life is good.
When Simon says season, you know it's going to be flavorful.
You're gonna love it.
When Simon says add some cake, you know it's going to be fiery.
Things are spicy in here.
When Simon says cheese, you know it's going to be cheesy goodness.
Blew my mind.
Make it like Simon does. Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
A desperate drinks break for Namibia. They're on the back foot right at the start of this game. 11 overs completed. England 91 for no loss. Wildman 40 of 39 and Knightley on 29 of 28. Both batters going well over a runner ball as well. Titus will continue now with the first over he bowled, considered only 4 runs here. Started off with a dot ball. England going with a rate of 8.15 at the moment. Plenty of extras conceded by Namibia. On the back foot this time, just a single. 92 runs now on the board for England. It's been an excellent opening stand so far from these two batters. Knightley back on strike. The left-hander. A flighted delivery. Down to mid-off. A dot ball once again. Appeal for a leg before wicket, but the umpire is muted. Good over so far from Titus as far as their bowling department is concerned.
It was pitched outside the leg stump, and the umpire not having nothing to do with it as Titus comes back in full toss, but it was good flighted up. And the English batsman Knightley tried to drive it, but straight to the fielder. They're going at a good run rate at the moment. This is been a good over from Titus, his couple of overs, and as we just say so, that's 4 runs again. Was outside the leg stump and pulled away to the boundary as the 12th ends. 96 for loss, no loss England.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
A boundary to finish that Titus second over. 96 runs on the board. Just 5 runs has been conceded in that over. Wildman on 41. Runner ball 41. Lee Stranger will continue or no. as it looks like another bowling change. Lee Strange went for 31 runs in his couple of overs and conceded more than 20 runs, I would say, in that second over. Plenty of wides and extras as well.
Had to take him off, did the captain, as you see Koichi coming back in, right arm medium fast, and yet again he bowls another wide to start things off. That's 23 extras. It's a bit too much. Just the 12th over, and they've already bowled a couple of extra overs as well with this wide count. Kochi on off stump, punched off the back foot, too long off, and long mid off rather, and gets the single. It's 98 runs. 73 balls bowled, 12.1 overs. Knightley 33 of 32, and Wildman 42 of 42, going at a run a ball. A good opening partnership. The regular opening partner hasn't come on to bat as well, as Koichi just 2 deliveries for his 2 runs conceded. Bowling around the wicket now, 2 Knightley, and yet another wide. This goes on. There has been a wide every over in the 12 overs that has been bowled. Too many extras at the moment, as Koichi runs up again, this time on the leg stump, flicked away, too fine leg, fielded by Joseph, and that's the 100 up for England in just 12.3 overs. The 100 is up, 24 extras as well, as this is the 4th over of the over. Need to keep it simple, ball wicket to wicket. That is what they are not doing at the moment, and they are again on the leg side. There's nothing the umpire can do but award the wide again.
$100 runs on the board for England at the moment. 101 for Nolos. It's been a great opening stand between Knightley and Wildman. Koichi bowling his first over. 25 extras so far they conceded. Couple of balls remaining. Wildman on 42. On the back foot and easily cut it off for a single. Knightley back on strike. Who is on 34. Coming round the wicket now. Koichi. Smashed away towards the sweeper cover. Another single to finish that 13th over. England 103 for no loss.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
This is the first cricket partnership, 103 after 13 overs. John Wildman and Charlie Knightley combining for a good opening partnership. They need to continue this as Titus comes back in, bowls it short and cuts it to backward point and sneaks a single. Current run rate of 7.9 runs per over. Cut away and fielded at cover. Good fielding. It was outside the off stump. It was short and he rocked it back and found the field. This time around he tried the sweep for the ball that turned away from the middle stump, two-leg stump, but missed it completely. Took the bat, didn't run away anywhere. There again, short, but this time fielded again. This has been a reasonably good over from Titus, but he bowled a similar good over last time around, but the final ball he gave away a loosener and it went down to the boundary, so he needs to finish it off, and he does this time around. And that's the 14th over done. It's 104 for no loss, England.
Mama Gajaman.
Canada playing against South Africa at the moment at CCC Grounds. They lost half of the side for just 59 runs in 14.3 overs. In all sorts of trouble at the moment against South Africa. New Zealand, on the other hand, got 66 runs after losing 1 wicket against Sri Lanka in 13 overs. Oh, what a shot down the ground he goes. That's a top strike from the left-hander against Coetzee. Straight away, Stanner delivered one of the safest places to hit, and he picks up a boundary. Good start for this 15th over, final over of this first power play.
Lofted on the onside. Stand and deliver. And there was no way the fielder was getting to it. The fielder was in the mid-on position as Coetzee starts off with a loosener. He's conceded 11 runs in just 1.1 overs. That's 7 deliveries. And England are cruising at the moment at 108 for no loss. This is the final over of the first power play. 15 over power plays. The first 15, 3 men are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. And after this over, it will be 4 fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. as Koitsi makes a fielding change and comes back in to ball on the leg stump, and this has been swept down to fine leg, and it's Joseph that does the fielding. There you go, that's Joseph. He opened the bowling and was taken out after a couple of overs. Now England need to get over 270 runs with this platform. A score of around 300 is on the cards if they do go on like this, and this score has been helped dearly by the extras that has been given by the Namibian players, and that's another no ball that has been bowled, and it'll be a free hit. This is what
it looks like a fielding error. The umpire signaled that maybe an extra play outside the circle.
Yes, the free hit walks into it and smashes it over the mid-on area, and that's a 6. A good way to treat a free hit. Came charging down at the bowler and lofted it on. Here's the replay. Lofts it on.
Yes, indeed. He gets full use of that free hit. Over wide of a long on. He chipped that one this time. An easy single. Good batting and 50 up for the right-hander. Very, very good batting this from the big lad, Wildman. 50 of just 52 deliveries.
Well constructed 50. He is known when to punish the loose deliveries. As Koitsi comes in, bowls it this time on the off stump. That is where he needs to be.
Kavin, another interesting game happening at the Bloomfield Grounds where Australia, they are unbeaten at the moment. They lost 4 for 60 in 19.3 overs against West Indies. That's going to be an interesting clash.
Yeah, and Australia, West Indies. West Indies has had a reasonable tournament as well. They've won 3, lost 2, I think. And Australia have won all 5 games, and so has England, and they are well on their way to a commanding position in this game against Namibia, as that ends the 15th over. It's 118 for the loss of no wickets.
So at the end of the power play, England at 118 runs for the loss of no wickets, and at this current rate they are heading well over that 350 run mark. They could even push that 400 score, Yusuf.
Afternoon, Nathan. I've had 2 naps and chugged 2 bottles of water, but Namibia still haven't seemed to get a single wicket. England 118 for none, 50 up for Wildman, and a wild show of class there. Once again gets down the ground and thumped it for 4.
Yes, a more risk-free cricket, mid-on and mid-off both inside the circle. So provided he got that over the infield, it was a certain boundary. And Wildman alerted to that. That game awareness is there within this English setup, as we saw. And we saw that it's not there in this Namibian side, or at least up to the mark that is expected of them, conceding a needless no ball for having that extra man outside the circle. And that's a slog sweep. Lovely shot from Wildman. He adds another maximum to his tally again. risk-free cricket, mid-wicket and mid-on both inside the circle. Floated up nicely by Titus, tempting the big shot from Wildman. Nicely above his eye line and dragging that from just outside his off stump over the mid-wicket fence. And the power play ending has not been a problem for England in these two balls so far, Yusuf.
He's having fun out there, Wildman, wielding that willow. Once again gets down the ground. Fielder placed down at the long on this time around. Defensive measures taken by the Namibian captain. Knightley slowly encroaching that 50. He's on to 40 already.
Yes, Knightley has been slightly more sedate, as we were talking in our last stint as well, just the 5 runs in his 4 games so far. He'd want to get his eye in, get some runs on the board, will be a great boost of confidence for him as well. So it's understandable that he's taking the back seat and been watching Knightley going all guns blazing at the other end.
I think Knightley has been very proactive in his approach to the game. He's come down the track, he's rocked back onto the back foot, he's found gaps when there wasn't there to be found. Knightley, on the other hand, is happy to sit back. Not this time around though. He'll slog it over deep mid-wicket. 4 more runs to the English total. He wants to join the party.
Yes, once again, Titus just inviting that big shot from the English batters, floating it up nicely just outside the off stump. Perfect candidate for the slog sweep, that ball. Dangling the carrot, and both these openers have been obliging so far.
I mean, they're so much unfamiliar with the conditions right now. Anything looks like a juicy full toss to Wildman and Knightley. And the moment you do that and shy even a bit away from a good length, you're giving away a lot of runs. Once again, down the leg side, very good effort at short fine leg by the fieldsman there. Will cut off the certain boundary. 1 more to the English total.
And at the end of 16 overs, 134 for no loss. So England 134 for no loss after 16 overs. 134 is a decent score in even a T20 game, Yusuf. England have got there in just the 16 overs. 29 overs more for them in their batting effort. And all 10 wickets still in hand. Wildman there, 61 not out of just the 55 balls. 12 boundaries in total. 10 fours and 2 sixes. Striking at almost 111.
I mean, the gap between the runs scored of the bat and the total number of balls is just 6. But if you look at it, the overall score, Nathan,
as that's guided away nicely by Knightley, will just slow up a tad there as it approaches the third man fence.
The gap between runs and balls with the bat is just 6. But when you consider the total runs with the total balls, it's almost 40. And that's a lot of extras considered by the Namibian outfit.
Yes, nearly 30 extras so far in just the 17th over. You don't see this even in a schoolboy match, Yusuf. It's quite disappointing from Namibia so far in their bowling effort.
You'd have to say that, I think they've had not the greatest of tournaments so far. And on a day like this, you're taking on the best outfit of the tournament. Yes, it's a tough game, but at the end of the day, you need to be giving your best shot. And the Namibians have been below the mark most occasions. In comes Katsia. Gets down the ground, and Wildman, greeted by the football skills of the fielder down at long on. Isidore Titus, the fieldsman there.
Yes, but as we were saying, even when you're the underdog in a game, you have to just control the controllables. And bowling extras is something that's well within the control of the Namibian bowlers. They just need to land that ball on a good length, which I'm sure they are capable of. If these English batters put them away, then it's tough luck. They were just too good for you. But you shouldn't be bowling this many extras at any level of cricket.
I think, yes, Nathan, that's the point. You control the controllables, something that you really brought up there. You put the ball at the right place. If the batsman takes it out, it's on him. But that's on the bowler.
Yes, once again just angling down the leg side. 29 extras so far, 16 wides. Not a pretty picture for Namibia. And Fleming behind the stumps has had a lot of work to do so far.
Full toss, hit down to deep mid-wicket, and no chance for the fieldsman to cut it off. Convenient for Knightley as he gets on to his 50. Both the English openers onto their 50 here. Well structured, composed, patient 50. Getting back in the runs, Knightley.
Yes, a welcome 50 for Charles Knightley. 52 not out of 47 balls, 7 boundaries. Had just 5 runs in the tournament coming into this game. A bit of a gift from Kurtz. Full toss on the pads, put away to the mid-wicket boundary, and he brings up a well-compiled half-century. This time lofted over the infield, but not enough power on that one to beat the field at long off. A single to close out the 17th. It's 144 for no loss.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
Richard Trotman, the English skipper, gleaming with the amount of runs being scored by their openers, has decided to swap. Both their opening batters retired.
Yes, taking a look at the bowling card there, nothing much to speak about. But something more interesting to note is England retiring both of their openers as they've reached that 50-run mark. 2 new batters walking out to the middle. That's Richard Trotman, the skipper, with that number 15 jersey on, and a number 12, Alex Richards, making their way out to the middle for this next set of overs. Interesting call there by Trotman, Yusuf.
I think the skipper himself wanted to have a bit of the meal out there to get himself some runs, and the English well and truly with a lot of momentum. I don't know if it's a matter of lack of skill, Nathan, but there's definitely a lack of confidence and energy from the Namibians, and the beating weather here isn't helping that either.
Yes, I'm sure all touring parties will have a bit of trouble getting themselves acclimatized with the Sri Lankan weather. I mean, if us as locals are finding it difficult these days, you could only imagine how these players must be feeling, especially coming from places with a bit more of a colder climate. But interesting call by Trotman. As you said, he'd want to make use of this batting wicket as well. Titus to continue. But we were talking about the confidence of this Namibian side. We've seen their body language hasn't been the best so far, right from the word go. You'd expect them to start fresh every game and start a game with a bit more confidence, even though they've been under the pump in this tournament so far, but that has not been the case today. They've started with no confidence, and yes, England have capitalized on that as well.
The one thing that I really like about Isidore Titus is he's focused on his job. He's getting the ball up above that eye line. He's dropping it in where it should. And, Wheelman had his luck with Titus. He got off the front foot, made the room, got those huge sixes. But I like the fact that Titus is keeping hit very simple. Getting the ball above the eye line, landing it close to the batsman, asking him to take initiative. And you wait, you play the patient game. 45 overs is a long time. And Richard Trotman.
Yes, 5 dot balls so far in the over. And a maiden over from Isidore Titus. It's a 144 for no loss after 18.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Back live then, we saw the first maiden over of this innings, Yusuf, coming from the only shining light in this Namibian bowling setup, that is Isadel Titus. We see a change of bowling. More spin into the attack.
Alex Richards.
It's Bukes with his off spin.
Poor bowling once again. That'll be 4 more, unless of course the MCA outfield does its usual thing and the Katsia will pick it up from the fine leg boundary and get it through to the keeper, Fleming.
Yes, nothing delivery there from Bukes on that occasion. Put in absolutely no effort behind it. Deserved to be a wide, deserved to be put away. 3 extra runs to the total.
That's a very good delivery and a hint of spin there, Nathan, I guess.
Yes, I mean it is a used surface. The angle also favouring Bukes. As the surface gets a little more drier, it should become more conducive to spin. This time though, drop shot, cut away by Richards. But once again some good field in there in the extra cover region, keeps it down to just a single.
That's the skipper, Davi from Namibia.
Yes, but encouraging signs for the spinners here. We should see spin play more and more of a role more towards the end of the second innings, but Bukes managing to find a little bit of the surface for now.
Skipper getting off the mark, Richard Trotman adds on to the English total, closing in on 150. Alex Richards gets down the ground and that'll be the English 150 up.
Yes, 150 runs brought up within the 19th over. England in pole position to put a massive total on the board after winning the toss and choosing to bat first here at the MCA. Another single to close out the 19th. It's 151 for no loss.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Live action here from the MCA Grounds. Bastion of history, this venue. 114 years of history in the making. It's been a breeding ground for some amazing cricketing talent and definitely a celebrated venue for corporates across Sri Lanka. And when you're a member of the MCA here, you come here on the occasional weekend, have a drink, enjoy the surroundings, spend some time with family and friends. And then of course the sun is much kinder in the evening. It's definitely an hour to savor. Titus to continue. Richard Trotman looked very confident in his toss interview. Wanted to reiterate that he wanted all his men firing, all guns blazing, and so far every Englishman who's set on foot on the ground has definitely made their mark. Gets down the ground and will get through for a single. 152 the English total now.
Yes, Titus has just gone for the 26 runs in his 5 overs when the bowlers around him have been going at more than 8 or 9 to the over. Just shows that he's been the most disciplined and the most consistent bowler for Namibia so far. And all he's been doing is just doing the basics right. Just flighting it up nicely, landing it just outside that off stump to the right-handers. And he hasn't been the most easiest bowler to put away for the Englishman.
I think
Wellman and Knightley both had the better of him for a while, but he's managed to get his boots back on and make sure that he's hitting the right spots again and again. Titus to continue.
Bit of football skills from there off his own bowling.
He's been very good with his feet, hasn't he, Titus?
Yes, we've seen a couple of stops from him on the boundary with using his feet. That's helped keep this England total a little bit lower than it should have been. And the fielding from Namibia so far, there has been nothing to complain about. They've made some good efforts within the inside circle and on the boundary as well. It's just the indisciplined bowling that has accounted for this massive English total so far.
Had I used my foot during my under 15, under 17 days, Nathan, my coach would let me know.
It's something that was relatable for all of us as young schoolboy cricketers. Encouraged to dive a bit more, as that's nicely cut away by Trott for his first boundary. Richards, I beg your pardon, closes out that Titus over with 4 runs. It's 158 for no loss after 20.
England 159 without loss after 20 overs has been completed. Both openers decided to retire out, so 2 new batters at the crease. Both openers reached their respective half centuries as well. Provided a brilliant start for this in-form England outfit. Trotman and Richards at the crease now. Bukes will continue his second over. Considered 7 runs in his first over.
$159 of 20 overs. That's close to 8 runs per over. And by the looks of it, if they do go at this run rate, they'll definitely cross the 300 mark. But the difference now is that they have 2 new batsmen. It will be interesting to see on how they score.
It's an appeal for a leg before wicket, but it's clearly down the leg side. The bowler is appealing for it. Another dot ball. This is a very, very good over so far from Bukes. This time outside the off stump, and poor fielding at extra cover allowed the batters to cross over for a couple of runs. That's the end of the 21st over. England 162 for none. England are going with a rate of 7.71. 162 runs on the board after 21 overs has been completed. 24 overs left in their innings. They will score with this rate around another 180 runs if they able to keep wickets in hand. Titus will continue from Vijayrama end. None for 32 in 6 overs. And looks like
and even run a ball from here will get England that 300 mark. 24 overs remaining. That's 144 deliveries for England that's remaining as we see a bowling change.
Yes, indeed, another spinner brought into the attack. Looks like a leg spinner from Namibia. On the pads, easily flicked towards square leg for a single.
Things are a little too easy for England at the moment. Trotman, 5 from 17 deliveries. He's the one who needs to rotate the strike, give Richards more strike to bat on. And swept away, fielded at fine leg. Pulls a good line, floats it up. It's a short run up and it's a leg spinner. Looks like number 10 there again, flighted and defended by the batsman pretty easily. This has been a reasonably good over for Namibia. He hasn't really bowled any looseness so far. This is his first over. There again, this one short, caught away, driven through the extra cover region, but for just a single.
Yes, Namibian spinners done a decent job so far. After the opening, seam bowlers went for plenty of runs. And this time another flighted delivery on the pads, a couple of runs here. Leg buys, 2 leg buys to the total.
And it looked like the end of the over. That's 22 overs done. It's 165 for the loss of no wickets.
We can see some highlights from the 2 openers going all over the park here. They provided an excellent start, left hand, right hand combination at the top of the order for England. Knightley and Wildman. 23 runs scored in the first 5, but then they switch gears and capitalize on loose deliveries as well as the batting power play they had in that first 15 overs pace. And plenty of extras as well considered by Namibian fast bowlers that kept things pretty easy for these 2 openers.
Yeah, wavered line and length has benefited to the England point of view for the batting. They were either on the wide off the off stump or down the leg side, and some were floated up and gave plenty of opportunities for the England batsmen to score at will, and more than 25 extras being bowled as well. That helped the English course, and that is why both the openers were taken out as well, retired hurt, and gave 2 new opportunities for 2 batsmen who were really haven't got on, as we see the break, and now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we come back we'll have live action.
Mama Gajaman.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Yes, the second ball of the 22nd over, 23rd over rather, goes to a single, pats it down to the leg side. Side and tries to go for the long, expansive drive of the offside, but missed it completely, and the back foot was planted when the bails were taken off. He was lost, and there again cut 2 point, no run taken. Bukes is having a reasonably good over compared to his counterparts. Yes, Richards on strike, and that's lofted down the ground, and that will be a boundary. Beautiful shot. Got to the pitch of the ball and lofted it straight down the ground, and Richard gets the boundary. Here's the replay. He was on the slot and brilliantly played down the ground.
Yes, of course, Kavin, they are so good at using their feet. Come down the track once again, and that's gone for long, long way. No chance for long off at all. He's just a spectator. Let's go on the distance. 406 to finish this 23rd over. Take a look at this. What a hit that was. Such a powerful blow from the right-hander. 23 overs has been completed. England 178 at the moment. All of a sudden, Richards braced 20 of just 14 deliveries. Trotman 7 of 22, and they are now looking to switch gears as well after a slow start to their innings, in the individual innings rather. Jennings will continue, none for 3 in his first over, but at the moment they are looking for the ball after that massive hit down the ground by Richards. 178 runs on the board in 23 overs. We are at just over the halfway mark of the innings. 22 overs remaining.
That's 132 deliveries remaining, and if they do go at this rate, run a ball will get them to 310, 320. And probably if these two batsmen go on to score at least 50 each, they'll be taken out as well. And they've already taken out 2 batsmen, the 2 openers back to the pavilion, because they want everyone in their squad to have a go at it. And this match they've already won 5, so they've already qualified to the semi-finals. And what they now want is that everyone in the squad gets a chance to go down the middle and come back whenever they are called upon and whenever they are needed to. And as we see the ball being changed, Richards 6 probably would have taken the ball out of the ground, and then probably why the new ball has been taken, as Guinness will be bowling his second over. He bowled a brilliant over the first time around, 1 over for 3 runs, as Trotman will be facing.
Will now Trotman try to score some runs as well. We saw that from Richards in that previous over as well, after a slow start. Here comes Guinness, leg spinner. He bowling with so much slow, given more flight as well.
Slow through there, trying to get revolutions. But he's floating it up there. There again, that's the full toss, and smashed over mid-wicket. That's another 6. He was floating it up, and finally one missed its line, and that has been hammered over mid-wicket for another 6.
Take a look at this. Another juicy full toss from the leg spinner, and gets full use of it. Richards, he raced to 26 of 15, and
looks like Trotman is doing his job. He's playing as the anchor role. He's scored 8 runs of just 23 deliveries, but the aggressor has been Richards. He's scored 3 boundaries in his last 3 deliveries, 4 and 2 sixers, as Guinness comes in for his 3rd delivery, and that's another loosener, and that probably is 4 runs. taking on the accelerator. 23 overs and it's 191 runs already. You go on the leg stump. A big full toss. And the leg umpire might have even called it a no ball because it was that high.
They are waiting for the confirmation. And looks like it's tight, and this time down on one knee. Look to swept across. Missed that one with fair amount of spin as well. Pitch was outside the leg stump that time. And a dot ball once again. 191 runs on the board. We are in just the 24th over. Last ball coming up. And easily put away this time towards a deep extra cover. Couple of runs once again. Another expensive over. And conceded 15 runs in that over as well. 24 overs completed. England flying high at the moment, 193 at the moment.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
This is IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025, the 4th edition of the tournament. The match between England and Namibia. England at the moment in a dominant position as well. Again, it will continue. Oh, once again, this time Trotman on strike. 8 of 24. He will want to get Richards back on strike as well. And here we go. And great use of the feet as well this time. And a couple of runs quite easily. Finding the gap that occasion. Trotman moves on to double figures.
Trotman definitely being the anchor of the partnership. Here's another short delivery and smashed through mid-wicket for another boundary. And that's Trotman's second boundary. He's scored 14 runs off 27 deliveries. The aggressor has been Richards, but Trotman, when the low ball has been presented, now he's joining the party as well. 14 of 27 and 24s and 5 sixers for this 199 for England.
It's 199 runs on the board for England in the 25th over. And another easy single. 200 on the board for England. They are going with a brilliant run rate as well. Trotman and Richards back on strike. And the last ball on the pads, down on one knee, swept away for an easy single. 25 overs and one more. Looks like another delivery remaining in this over. And it's a dot ball. End of the 25th over. There you can see 200 runs on the board for England after putting to bat first here. Richards on 34. Here we can see Knightley and Wildman gave them a brilliant start. Knightley made 53 of 54. And Wildman also reached 62 runs in 56 balls. Both decided to retire out Since then, Richards and Trotman dominated the proceedings as well. Richards with 34 of 20. Trotman 15 of 28. 25 overs, 200 runs on the board for England. And look at that. Extras, 36 extras from Namibia. No one really able to put such immense pressure on these dominated England side. So joining with me in the combox from the England camp, Bob Baxter. Very good afternoon, sir. It's been such a dominating period for England side.
Yes, we're keen to bat first today in order to get some practice in, because we've obviously got our semi-final on Thursday. So it's good for the guys who haven't had much chance in the other games to get some batting practice out in the middle. It's all very well having nets and things, but you need to be out in the middle, scoring some runs, and everyone's done so far.
Games will continue, and once again coming down the track straight as an arrow. Another boundary for England. They are really enjoying these conditions at the moment at MCA Grounds. Take a look at this once again. Another loose delivery from the leg spinner. Easily put away.
It's a very clean hit, wasn't it? Very clean hit.
Way outside the off stump that occasion.
Yeah, Richards has raced to 41 now, in fact. Just 22 balls.
Yes, indeed. After getting a bit slow start, he had a move on there. Trotman giving him a great support as well.
Change of gloves, I look of it.
26 overs has been completed so far. England 208 runs on the board.
Exactly 8 and over at the moment, so going well. Be interesting to see the other games, who we might play in the semi-final. Pakistan are playing India today, which probably will decide who we take on in the semi. This time Trotman hits it out to cover point, and picks up another couple of runs.
Afternoon, Baxter.
Good afternoon, sir.
A good dream run for England so far in this tournament.
Yes, we played well. We played very well against Sri Lanka, I thought. I thought that was probably the best we've played in the tournament. Yesterday's game against New Zealand was hard fought, and they got a decent total of 172 on a slightly more tricky pitch. But we came through by 5 wickets, which booked our place in the semi, and a win today books us at the Premadasa on Thursday. And I was just saying, just before you came on commentary, that it's likely to be the winners of Pakistan and India. Last I saw, Pakistan were about 70-something for 4, so it could be a tight game there.
4 more to the English total, 44. Richards teetering along here, is rocketing almost to 2 runs a ball. And a lot of your key players dropped Baxter, with Marcus, Giles and Roy all out of the 11 today.
Yeah, they've played quite a lot of cricket, and obviously they've been in great form, all 3 of them. So we felt that some of the guys who haven't been getting so much cricket ought to play today. Nasser Ahmed's also missing out today.
And good to see Charlie Knightley back with the numbers.
Yes, Charlie's been keeping a lot because Liam Hickey's unfortunately came down with a nasty bug for quite a few days and missed quite a lot of cricket, unfortunately for him. So, but Liam's came back and kept well yesterday against New Zealand, very well, and he'll, I presume, keep wicket today. Now Charlie's had a bat, and that looks like it's Richards' 50.
54 for Alex Richards. He's walked onto the field with the skipper and motored along more than a run of ball, striking at almost 208. He's added salt to the Namibian wounds, and that will be just a single, I believe.
I don't think they've taken a run, actually. I think they thought it was going, but it didn't actually cross, so I don't think there was any runs scored off that ball, as far as I can see.
Yes, at the end of the 27, 225 for now.
It's going to be a long 45 overs for the Namibian team, unfortunately. It's quite humid conditions today, although luckily a bit of a breeze as well.
We had a bit of a cloud cover for a while, but I think the sun's back beating down here. How's the temperature and the experience here been for you, Bob?
Well, considering it's 1 degree back home and it's 31 here, obviously a little bit different. I think it's more the humidity than the heat as such. The heat's pleasant but it's just the humidity which gets to you a bit, and you have a day out of the cricket and you get back to the hotel with all intentions of going out into town, and you get there and you think, no, perhaps not. Too tired.
Right.
So a lot of people spend a lot of time at the hotel. So we've got a day off tomorrow, so I expect the pool will get a beating tomorrow before our game with whoever on Thursday.
Genius to continue for Namibia. Chance of a wicket.
And he's stumped.
And the first English wicket bites the dust. Solitary joy for Namibia, not much of a celebration from the players. That'll see the back of the English skipper Richard Trotman walk back for 20 of 33. Consolation prize for Namibia, I believe, with that.
So that will bring Kishita Desai in. We'll call him KD because it's much easier. That's what everybody calls him in the camp. He's coming out to bat. He could do with a knock as well because he got a few runs in the very first game when we played Sri Lanka in a warm-up ODI, but didn't get any yesterday. Unfortunately got a 0, so I think he'll be looking to have a few overs out in the middle today to push himself for a place in the 12 for Thursday, which is going to be a very difficult selection choice for England. Everybody's done something on the tour, and I'm pleased I'm not on the selection committee really.
The headache you'd like to have.
It's kind of. Does make it more difficult when you're coming out on a trip like this, when it's people are paying for their own way, and you know it is part holiday, part cricket. I mean, the cricket's the most important bit, but it is very difficult when you've got to leave 6 people out. You kind of bring 18. We'd had a couple of illnesses, which actually brought us down to 16 for a few days. But other than Martin Gidley, who's playing today, he's had a bit of a shoulder injury, so he hasn't been selected for the last couple of games. But everybody else has basically stayed fit enough to be selected.
Genius to continue for Namibia. Gets it above the eye line. Desai will get off the mark. The one thing, Bob, I've noticed with the English unit is that in terms of skill and fitness, they're way ahead of the other teams that are mostly present here. Is it a lot to do with the regular dose of cricket that they get with the structure in place back at home?
I think it's a bit of that. It could be out as well. Always dropped it. What's happened here? Does it? Oh, no, he's getting up. I think he's just disappointed he's dropped it. Yeah, I think there's a bit of thing because the structure at home, we've got 40 different counties or whatever playing cricket, and there's 5 divisions of 8 back in when we played during the summer. So there's a lot of cricket for the boys to play. But during the winter months, it's where the hard work went in, and Sean Cooper, who is kind of our strength and fitness guy, if you like, he's been taking through the paces, and the boys have been working really hard during the winter months when there's been no cricket to play, with meeting up at Loughborough University, Marlborough for training sessions, a few nets and training. So they've all kind of got into it, and that's why we've, I think, been probably one of the fittest sides, possibly the fittest side out here.
Definitely. I think it shows not just in the physical application and the skill, but definitely the mental presence of mind to rotate the strike when required, to go for the aggressive ones when required. It's been a treat to watch this English unit.
Yeah, so far so good. Yeah, I think we've worked really hard. Everybody's got into the whole situation, and it's so far paid off. And I think Alex Richards is going to retire, as Jonathan Wildman and Charlie Knightley did, in order to give somebody else a bat. And I think Martin Gidley looks like he might be coming out, yes, who's, I said, had a bit of a shoulder injury, hasn't played the last couple of games, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes batting, fielding and bowling today, to see if he can get into line for selection for Thursday. I think is a decent batter and has won us a couple of games in a game in the World Cup in 23. But his bowling obviously is his main part of his game. But he's a decent batter as well. He's all strapped. This is a bit strapped up on his right arm. Marcus Sharp, the physio, has been working on him and managed to get him out on the field today. So it'll be very interesting to see how he goes throughout the day.
I think no better situation for him to come out to bat as well. The sun's out, the team on top. You'd want to get in some minutes under your legs.
Yeah, definitely. Martin Gidley's coming out to bat.
Dukes to continue. Should Desai.
One more single, slight misfield.
Umpire Ashoka De Silva, he's been officiating throughout the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Not an easy job standing out there for 100 overs. The beating son of Colombo, and like you rightly pointed out, the unforgiving humidity here.
Gidley off the mark straight away, sort of push into the leg side.
Statistically, Namibia haven't still gotten past 200 this whole tournament, Bob. It will be a very uphill task for them to give a fight to this mighty English setup.
Yes, I think they'd have preferred to bat first rather than have 45 overs out in the heat, and England pushing it to all parts. So, but England won the toss, and we felt practice was needed for our guys before Thursday, and as I say, get more people out in the middle, get everybody have a bowl, a few overs each, which I think, fortunately for Namibia, they didn't win the toss. I think for them, it's we played such a lot of cricket back home. They probably played more cricket in this tournament than they had probably for a year.
True, I believe
so. It must be really hard on them. Whereas at least we're used to playing quite a few games back home.
Getting it above the eye line, Dukes there.
two English batsmen just playing steadily, have a little knock, push some ones. End of the 29th over. There's one more over to the second power play, or third power play really. And the Namibian fielders will be allowed to have 5 players out outside the circle if they wish.
Genius to continue for Namibia.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively.
It's a wide.
Intent by Kshitij at that point, but decides to hold back. A bit of intent, fielder getting underneath it, and
he's dropped it.
Fortunately, it's been the story of the tournament for Namibia. Opportunities left aloof once again. They've definitely displayed a good sense of intent across their fielding today, but it's the catching that has to be worked on.
Yeah, he got there all right. Spilled it.
Genius to continue. Gets it over the eye line once again. A single to the English total. Bob, I wanted to ask you this question. England are perhaps by far the only team across this whole tournament to keep hitting regular run rates close to 6 and over or above 6 and over. Is it a side effect of the baseball being indoctrinated into the grassroots of English cricket, or is it just a coincidence?
I think it's more of a coincidence. We're not really following baseball. Baseball is fine in certain parts, but I think everybody would agree that baseball's been great to watch, but you can't do it all the time. Whereas I think England did try and do it all the time at one stage. I think they've probably learned their lesson a little bit. But no, I think on the other hand, though, we do know that we have to score regularly. We can't just block out overs. So there is a bit of feeling in the camp that with any chance that we can do, we've got to run well between the wickets, and when the bad ball's there, we've got to hit it. And you've got to change those tactics occasionally. Against Sri Lanka, for instance, when we were chasing 150, they bowled so well at the start. In the first 15 overs on Saturday, we literally had 30 runs, but we didn't lose any wickets, so we knew that we would have wickets in hand for when maybe slightly lesser bowlers came on, because they did bowl very well at the start, and had Chandana as well to come on, and so we knew that there was a threat, even though they didn't get a big enough total, 150, but we had to play sensibly, and so you've got to change your tactics depending on the situation. But we know that if you've got a decent wicket, like here for instance, I'm sure the Premadasa, we have to score quite quickly.
At the end of the 30th, England 245 for 1.
Nathan. So 3 retired out. Knightley, Wildman and Richards all got to 50. Trotman got stumped. And we've now got Desai and Gidley in. So the score sheet isn't quite right because Snellgrove isn't actually playing today. Sharp's not playing either. So the scorecard will have to change. But at the moment it's fine because Desai and Gidley are at the crease.
Yes. At the pitch report, I said 240 would be about a pass score on this wicket. England have got there with 15 overs still in the tank. So imposing total on the cards here. 10 runs and over from here, they'll get right around that 400 mark, which I assume should be their target.
Yeah, I don't think we've kind of set a target as such, but yes, it could well be. One or two of the guys who, well, the two guys who are in now and some to follow haven't had much cricket because Giles Eccleston and Roy Smith, especially with the bat, have kind of dominated some of the games. We're not complaining, but some of these guys have literally not been to the wicket. So I think some of these two will, well, certainly Gidley will just push singles. I think KD, Desai will play a few more shots, but I probably think won't be quite the onslaught that we've had already, perhaps.
It's a great opportunity for you guys to test out your bench strength, really flex your muscles in good batting conditions and against a weaker opposition.
Yeah, definitely. We were very pleased to win the toss. I think Namibia would have batted. Well, they did. Well, they definitely would have batted, I think, because they didn't really want to be chasing a big score. But luckily, we won the toss, and that kind of gives us the chance to get some people out in the middle with some batting, and then get a big total. And then the bowlers, we've got 6 or 7 bowlers today, can all have a few overs each and make sure they're raring to go for Thursday.
Yes, definitely. I'm sure this game is not the main focus for your side. The broader picture, the finals on Sunday, the games on Thursday, are what's at the back of your heads.
Yeah, I mean, once we qualified yesterday, obviously it wasn't guaranteed that we'd finish top of the table, but it looks like with 250 on the ball with 14 overs go, I guess we will be. Yes, as you say, the main focus is to get some people some practice and get them used to being in the middle.
Yes, end of 31 overs, England 250 for 1 wicket.
Interesting who we play. Pakistan are playing India today, so it looks like the winners of that will be our opponents on Thursday.
Yes, that Pakistan-India game, a crucial encounter. I believe winner of that encounter should go through if net run rate doesn't come into the picture. Another interesting clash just down at the NCC, Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand. Sri Lanka currently sitting in second place in this group, but a loss to New Zealand and with a bit of net run rate here and there might give a chance for the Kiwis to advance to the semi-finals.
Yeah, Kiwis going quite well as well. 150 for 4 after 32.1 overs, so looks like going to set a decent total. And in the other game, Pakistan are 123 for 5 against India, so lots to play for still.
Yes, a lot still on offer for all teams here, as Desai has deposited that over the mid-wicket fence for yet another maximum 31st boundary for this for England in the 32nd over, nearly a boundary every over.
Yeah. Yes, Desai plays his club cricket at Richmond. I know him quite well. It's my county. He's got a big hitting batsman.
Yes, just manipulates the field there.
Another 6.
Another wouldn't have mattered anyway. Short fine leg and short square leg. Desai just choosing to move outside the off stump and slog that over both those fielders, and he collects a flat 6. "37 extras as well has been a real gift for the England camp.
Yeah, it's too many wides, really, isn't there? Really, 18 I see, which is doesn't help the Namibians at all.
This time drop shot by Genus, cut away, heading towards that sweeper cover boundary, but just slows up a tad, and batsmen collect 2. So far in our opinion, the toughest competition for this England side has been Sri Lanka, but you all managed to seal a rather convincing victory over them.
Yeah, they had a good side out. They just didn't bat very well, really. They lost 3 wickets quite a shot. Marcus Sharp bowled brilliantly at the start and got them into trouble. We got wickets early and they didn't really ever recover. They bowled very well at us at the start, and then they kind of fell away a little bit with Giles and Roy Smith kind of literally just taking the odd single and seeing out the first 15 overs, and then possibly the bowling got slightly easier and they made hay. And but I think Sri Lanka, I'm pretty certain if they get to the semi-final or final, will be a lot better side than they were on the day they played us. They've got some very good players, and just had a bad day at the office.
Yes, just that one blip in what has been a near perfect record for Sri Lanka as we close out the 32nd over at 266 for 1. Looking at the other group as well, Australia are unbeaten so far, won all of their 5 games. Have you all done your research on them?
Yeah, we don't know their full side. We know quite a few of them. We played them quite a few times. They had a very poor World Cup in 23, which was a big surprise to everyone. But they've come back strong. And the captain, Tony Clarkwell, is leading from the front again today, because they were in a bit of trouble again today. They were 40 for 4 against the West Indies this morning, but they've recovered, and I think they're about, last I saw, 130, 140 for 4. So, yeah, they're pretty strong, and they'll presumably win their group today, and as I say, play the winners of Sri Lanka and New Zealand from the Group A.
Yes, we took a look at the bowling card. There nothing much to see. Titus had been a bit tight, and just that 1 wicket to Genus.
Yes, Gidley seems happy just to nudge a few singles, give the strike to KD, who will play a slightly different way and go for some big hits.
Yes.
Like that one.
No effort on that delivery, and deservedly put away towards that mid-wicket fence. Too much power on that for the fielder running from long on to cut it off. 4 more to the total.
So England supporters walking around the ground.
Yes, we've seen you all with quite a big travelling party. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so we brought 18 players, 2 umpires who aren't here today because they don't do England games, obviously, so they're elsewhere. Scorer Alan Jones, and Chris Mays is doing the tech stuff, and Woody, who's doing commentary on the other channel, or whatever it is, myself. And then there's 4 ladies, 3 of which we saw walking around the boundary. And then there's Hugh, who's doing some scoring as well, and a couple of other spectators. I think we're 32 in total.
Yes, that's quite a significant number.
Yeah, it is.
And how has the entire group found Sri Lanka so far?
Oh, it's been excellent. I've luckily been here twice before, so I've been to here and Gaul before. But everybody's enjoyed everything. The hotel's been nice. The cricket's obviously helped the fact we've been playing well. But yeah, we've had a few trips out, and everybody's enjoying themselves immensely. People are lovely, and it's been a fantastic. How long have we been here? Nearly 2 weeks now, I suppose. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, that's great to hear. As another poor delivery, cut away past that short extra cover, and field unable to get down in time. It's 4 more runs to Desai. He's raced to 36 of just 21 deliveries, and England have raced to 277 for the loss of 1 wicket, as we'll take drinks. Textbook shot there from Desai.
Yes, I think he'll just keep playing lots of shots. I expect if he gets to 50, a similar thing will happen probably, and he'll give way to somebody else.
Yes, and we'll head into a short commercial break with more action live on the other side after the players have drinks.
Mama Gajaman.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් ThePapare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it.
Yes, back live after our third drinks break. England 277 for the loss of just 1 wicket after 33. We're just sticking around as Desai is to be going in for a change of gloves. Change of ball in. Kurtzer back into the attack. What would have been the message to this pair for England, Bob, during the drinks break?
I think for Gidley, I think just to have a longish bat if he can, because as I said, his shoulder's been giving him some trouble. So I think for him to test it out, batting and, as I said, later bowling and also fielding, will be good for him to see if he can get into the mix for the selection on Thursday, having missed the last couple of games. So I think it's important for him to stay around, nerdle it around, and I think KD will continue to play the way he does and try and hit the ball out the ground most of the balls.
Yep. And what can you tell us about the over-50s setup back home? Because you all seem to have a strong pool of players. You all seem to be in top condition.
Yeah, it's been huge back home. It's just grown out of all proportion. All the counties in England enter the competition. There's 40 different teams. 5 groups of 8. You play each other. Well, no, you don't play. You play each other once. So you 7 group games, then it goes into last 16, 8, 4, and final. So the top 16 sides out of the 40 go through to into the last 16. So there's a lot of cricket. A lot of these guys are also playing weekends still. The over-50 stuff is on a Wednesday. But there's still a lot of these guys are still playing regularly on Saturdays, so probably playing twice a week back home. So
Desai with a free hit to come, he'll like that one. On the pads, flicked away towards mid-wicket, but not the best placement on it, just a single. But yes, it's great that this group of players are playing 2 times a week at least, as you said.
Yeah.
And I'm sure most of them have played first-class cricket, or
I wouldn't say most of them. A few have. Martin Gidley, for instance, who's batting now, played a bit of first-class cricket. Jonathan Warman, who's just walking in front of us, 50 early on. He played a bit around Notts area, the Notts. Giles Eccleston played a lot of minor county cricket. He probably could have played professional cricket. His brother did. He's a superb player. So yeah, quite a few have played a bit of either first-class cricket or minor county cricket or top-class club cricket. So as I said, the 50s thing, it kind of started a long time ago, but it literally in the last, I'd say 10, 15 years, it's become, there's now 3 divisions of 50s cricket, 4 divisions of over 60s cricket and 2 divisions of over 70s cricket. So I think we worked out there's probably around 4,500 people playing seniors cricket. And now also, we've got an over-40s team, which Chris Mays, who's doing the tech stuff, he's the manager of the over-40s. And I think they're going to Pakistan in late November for a 2020 World Cup, as far as I can work out. Don't know how many teams are in it, if I'm honest, but that's going to be in Pakistan late November or December.
Yes, and what's great to see is all these over-50 setups, these senior cricket setups from different countries coming together and bringing forward tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's so far superbly run, as was Cape Town. Roger Moulton, his team, did a great job in Cape Town in 23, and Sri Lanka have done a great job here, and there's been no complaints about anything cricket-wise or anything else since we've been here, to be honest. So, yes, it's been a superb couple of weeks, and really looking forward to another week out here.
Yes, just closes out the 34th over with a single, 284 for 1. And yes, this IMC Over-50s World Cup, to my knowledge, has been around since 2018, Bob.
Yeah, Sydney, and then back to Cape Town in 20. Fortunately for myself, I was flying out a few days late to the tournament. I can't actually remember why I was late, but and managed not to get there because of COVID. My flight got cancelled literally the day before I was due to fly out, so I didn't make it. And then back to, as I said, Cape Town 23, here 25, and I'm going to a meeting tonight. I presume, I don't know what on the agenda, but I'm guessing that a discussion might take place of where we might go for the next World Cup and which country it might be in.
Yes, it's great to see all of you players, all management from all parts of the globe coming together to bring this World Cup, this international experience to seniors cricket. As Lestrange back into the attack, he's gone for 31 off his 2 overs, and Desai will be licking his lips at this opportunity.
Yes, he didn't have the greatest time, did he, when he bowled in his last spell? Let's hope I'm rather hoping for his sake that he's has a slightly better line this time. I think there were quite a few wides in his last over he bowled.
Yes, that was surprising to see, because this pitch was used for yesterday's game as well, and there was quite a bit of grass that was rolled in. It was still green, it was still a bit moist. We expected some help for the seamers in the first hour or so, but Wildman and Knightley got straight into business.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see if our seamers had been bowling first, if they'd got much help. They certainly, but I think yesterday's wicket gave a lot of help to most of the bowlers. Possibly flattened out a little bit maybe later yesterday, or we just batted well. I haven't really worked that one out really, because it certainly did quite a bit in New Zealand's innings, and I thought they did well to get to 172. I think they'd have liked 185, 190, and that would have made it a bit harder, but we were certainly in a bit of trouble, 3 down for 40 odd. And it took a lot of application for us to get to the 170 mark.
Yes, this time good effort at a short extra cover.
But the wicket looked, when I went out and had a look at it, it looked pretty good wicket, I think. It looked pretty flat to me. I don't think there'd been a lot of help today. Maybe there was yesterday, maybe a bit more, maybe it was a bit damper yesterday. But it didn't look, I don't think the bowlers were licking their lips particularly today. I think the batsmen were.
Yes, we were told that a bit of that dampness was still retained in the surface. That's why we suggested that there be some help for the seamers, as that's wide leg buys, 4 more extras added to the total. Once again, a poor delivery gave his keeper absolutely no chance, and luckily struck Desai on the thigh pad before trickling away to the fence.
I think Desai would have been disappointed not to have got some bat on that. Wasn't a great delivery. Still 4 runs. Takes England to 290. Still 10 overs and a bit to go.
Yes, at this rate, at this current scoring rate of 8.41, they're heading towards a target of 375, as that's belted down the ground. But fortunately, there's a long off fielder in place. But yes, typically MCA is generally a good batting wicket, although there tends to be a bit of uneven bounce and there's a slightly slow outfield. Usually the way to go for batsmen here is over the top.
Yeah, well, the outfield's been reasonably quick today, I think. We have hit it quite hard, mind you. But yeah, no, it's another wide, I think. Yeah, I'm afraid so. Yeah, I don't think there would. I think, yeah, probably, as I said yesterday, would have been a little bit more in for the bowlers than there was today, from what I've seen. But it'd be interesting to see if England get anything out of it later on, I guess.
Yes, Namibia were rolled for 53 on this pitch yesterday, inside 20 overs, chased down inside 4 overs by the United States. So not much of a sample space to really judge the wicket, Bob.
No, definitely not. Yeah, we've played quite a lot of bowlers today in our team. So these two will have a bowl today, the 2 batsmen at the moment. As I said, Gidley's probably the most important for him with his slight problems with his shoulder. But he seems to be batting okay, so maybe it's not giving him too much.
Yes, nicely lofted there over extra cover, trickling away to the fence. Some good football skills from Titus. Keeps it down to a couple at the end of 35 overs. England 294 for 1.
හවස් තුළින් සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩම
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ 1 වසර 2 වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා
Back live and England 294 for 1 wicket with 10 overs still to come. Joining me back in the comm box is Malinda. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nathan. It's been a terrific batting display so far from England. 294 for 1 at the moment at the start of the 36th over.
As we see a bit of a team mascot placed there by the Englishman just on the MCA fence. But yes, they have ruled like lions in this tournament, not just in this game. As that's nicely guided away towards a fine leg by Gidley. Welcome boundary for him.
Yes, indeed. That time, Coetzee down the leg side that occasion and nicely trickled away to the fine leg boundary. Getting closer to that 300-run mark now, England.
It's just 1 away from the 300-run mark. Still just under 10 overs to come. I'm sure they'll want to put around 400 on the board. This time miscues the drive, just another dot ball. But taking our attention away from this game, Malinda, there's plenty of more, I'd say, decisive matches in how the tournament is set to pan out happening. We have the India-Pakistan game at the PUSA Grounds in Bandaragama and Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand at the NCC.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of good games happening towards that latter part of this first round in this IMC Over-50s World Cup, especially here, and Australia also take on West Indies side. At one point, they have lost 4 wickets for just around 60 runs as well, because Australia is the another unbeaten side of this tournament from Group B.
Yes, Australia and England, I assume, have already sealed qualification in those semi-finals as Desai whips that full toss away for another boundary. And I believe it's Sri Lanka, New Zealand, India and Pakistan competing for those remaining 2 spots, Malinda.
Yes, indeed. Sri Lanka seems to be in good touch towards this tournament, but they lost to that this strong England outfit. But they are pretty much in this tournament so far, given the fact that they started off tournament with a couple of good wins. So they will be happy to keep their momentum going forward towards that semi-finals as well.
Yes, and at the end of the 36th over, England 305 for 1.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Yes, Desai just 3 runs away from his half century. He'll most probably retire if he gets there in this over, Malinda.
Yes, indeed, Nathan. Most probably he will join his teammates as another retired batter. And he comes down the track, goes over extra cover, picks up his 51 of just 32 deliveries. That's another cracking blow.
Yes, showing absolutely no remorse to the fast bowler on that occasion, just stepping out of his crease and drop kicking it over that field at short extra cover. He's got to 50 in quick time, has Desai. And he'll be hoping to capitalize on this over.
This time on the pads, flicks towards deep mid-wicket. No chance for that long on field. So back-to-back boundaries to start this 37th over. 313 runs on the board. Desai 55 not out of just 33 balls, 5 fours and couple of sixes. Strike rate 166.67 as well.
Yes, brilliant innings from him. Replay of that last ball. Nearly yorked himself, tried to use his feet once again, but managed to get it away off his pads, collect 4 more runs.
And this time goes over the bowler's head. A long off there, just cut it off for a single this time.
Yes, ball just slowing up on that occasion. Only a single for Desai.
Strange, he's went for 32 runs in his first couple of overs. That second over went for 21 runs, him making a comeback here.
This time Gidley uses his feet, but some good work there on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Keeps it down to just the single. But yes, Lestrange has not looked at the best today. Nearly 50 runs conceded. He's just gone through 3.4 overs. But if there's one thing that can be said in his defense, this has been the case for most of Namibia's bowlers today. As that's a lovely shot from Desai. Textbook cut shot past vacant point region. He moves on to 60 of just 35 deliveries. We still have a ball to come in this over.
Yes, such a watchful back foot punch from that time. Look at that. Really pleasure to watch. He is batting here.
Yes, he also stopped to admire the stroke there. Lestrange has crossed the 50-run mark as well. Off his bowling, he won't be too happy about that.
Last ball coming up of the 37th over. And he's straight down the track and taken. Oh, brilliant. What a comeback from the big lad, Lestrange. He managed to hold on at that sharp catch of his own bowling.
Yes, that's a brilliant piece of work off his own bowling. Lestrange just put out a hand and the ball stuck. Desai goes for 60 off 36. Taking a look at the replay. Looked like it was heading to the fence from Desai. Lestrange just tried to get any part of his body in the way of it, and it just stuck in that big right hand of his. Second wicket goes down for England. Desai walks back for 60 off 36. He would have retired after this over anyway. And the total 319 for 2 after 37. Yes, once again there. Tried to get both hands to it. Just stuck in his right hand. You could say the ball caught him, Malinder.
Yes, indeed. Luckily, something to cheer about for him as well as this Namibian side.
Yes, and that brings Tuan Haji out into the middle. Local boy from of Sri Lankan origin. Played first class cricket here for Lankan Cricket Club, I assume.
And it's Godse back into the attack. 6 overs and now for 47. Most of these Namibian fast bowlers has been struggle.
Yes, Kurtz to continue. Still 8 overs or so left in this batting innings. And plenty of resources left in the tank for England to come up to that 380 to 400 mark. But I think now the onus is on Gidley to continue the way he's been playing, really hold the innings together and also approach that 50-run mark. That's a poor delivery from Coates. And beats the fielder at short fine leg and just runs away to the boundary. Gidley moves on to 29. England move on to 323, going great at 8.69 runs to the over.
32 fours and 8 sixes in this innings from England. That's an exhibition of batting from England. Gidley 29 of 23.
It's 40 boundaries. And that's once again no effort on that delivery from Kurtz. Didn't really bounce. Gidley just rocks back and pulls that away over vacant deep square leg. No one out there in the deep, as we said, and easy pickings for Gidley. Kurtz not bowling to his field and he's been punished for it.
The last over we saw a couple of boundaries to start that over, and this over as well starts off with a couple of boundaries, England. Oh, right through the legs of the keeper.
That's going away to the boundary, but intercepted there. Took a bit of pad, says the umpire is ready to signal. Oh no, he's signaling buys. Was a bit too close to the stumps, I think. Just went over the top of leg stump and given buys by the umpire, but nonetheless another single to the total through the legs of Fleming behind the stumps. Haji to face his first ball, and it's a gift. Just rocks back and pulls that one away. He opens his account with a boundary.
Yes, indeed, Haji is that delivery kept a bit low, but he's managed to pick that at the right time and helps on his way towards that backward square leg for a boundary.
Yes, Haji will know a lot about Sri Lankan conditions, and straight away starts with a bang.
Once again, down the leg side. Keeper missed it. But that third man fielder comes there, managed to stop that ball. A wide signal by the umpire. And couple of buys to the total. That 45 extras to the total here.
It's not a pretty picture for Namibia. 45 extras nearly. And I'm sure if they keep bowling in this way, it'll cross 50. Which is not good going for them.
Yes, indeed. We saw a few half centuries from England batting. And we will able to see a half century from extras as well.
Yes, unfortunately, Malinda, extras don't retire after they cross 50. And Namibia will have to be watchful. They'll have to try and get it right at least in these death overs. As that brings an end to the 38th, it's 337 for 2. As Joseph appears to be back into the attack, marking his run-up just off your camera. He opened the ball in, went for 23 of his 4 overs, didn't really cause much trouble for the English openers.
Yes, indeed. Just bowled 4 overs, surprisingly. Most of their pacers struggle to build pressure with the new ball. As a result, England right on top in this game once again. 337 for 2 with another 7 overs to go.
Yes, and Gidley looking well set. He's on 34 not out of 26 deliveries. Just 16 away from his half century. He'll be hoping he can get there in the next over or 2. On your camera, Fleming behind the stumps for Namibia. His bowlers haven't done him any favours today. So many wides, he's had a lot of work to do.
Yes, it's been a tough work for the keeper as well from this Namibian side. And this time down to long on, just a single.
But yes, as a wicket keeper, you would expect your bowlers to support you, give you those easy collections, bowl a consistent line and length, but that has not been the case for him today. And the look on his face says it all, Malinda. Haji now to get his first look at Joseph.
Shot and pull towards the mid wicket. But on the bounce to that fielder, just a single. 339 for 2. Gidley back on strike.
Uses his feet, but that shot straight at the fielder and too much power in it for a quick single. This has been a decent over so far from Joseph, just 2 runs off the 3 balls. We saw the previous few overs all start with a boundary. This time Gidley tries to loft it over mid-wicket. Doesn't get the correct timing on it, and it's just a single. So still a good over for Joseph so far. He'll be hoping he can close it out. Just 2 balls left to go.
Yes, he need to finish this over well for Namibia. Short and wide. Easy single once again. They are dealing in singles in this over so far. These 2 batters, Haji and Gidley.
Yes, one delivery left to come. Gidley on 36. Another short delivery, punched away, but straight at the field at extra cover. Batsman cross ends for a single. It's 342 for 2 after 39.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
That over was just a quiet over from Joseph. This is you can see projected scores. With this rate they can up to 394. And 8 and over they will up to 390, and 10 and over will they go for a up to over 400 run mark as well. They aiming at here.
Yes, considering that they still have 8 wickets left in the tank and just the 6 overs left, they'd be hoping to get up and around that 400 run mark as Titus comes back into the attack. He's been the most economical bowler for Namibia so far. I thought he bowled pretty decently, maintained his line and length. And yes, reflected by his figures, going for just 32 of his 6 overs. Bowled a maiden as well.
The previous over was quite over, and Namibia will look to bowl a few of those at this latter part of this innings. Swept away behind square leg, and good footwork there.
Yes, umpires just check in if that's crossed the boundary or not, but a good effort from the field nonetheless. Yes, tossed up delivery, inviting that slog sweep from Gidley. Just puts it behind square.
This time comes down the track, going towards that mid-wicket area, and this time ball reaches the fence for a boundary.
Yes, no doubts about that one. Gidley has now moved into the 40s. England just two runs away from that 350 run mark. This time choosing to use his feet. Mid-wicket was in the circle. And risk-free cricket from Gidley to collect 4 more runs.
He goes again, and it's gone the distance as well. He moves on to 49 with that 6 in 33 balls, and 350 comes up for England.
Yes, there was a field at long on, but Gidley backed his skill, backed himself to loft it over him, and was successful. Once again, Titus flight in that delivery up, inviting the big shot from Gidley. This time unconventional, goes for a reverse sweep, misses. He's just 1 away from his half century. Is Gidley. England with that shot crossed the 350 run mark. Still 5.2 overs left to come, and 36 boundaries, 35 fours and 9 sixes.
On 49 Gidley in 34 deliveries, 354 for 2 at the moment, England. And this time he goes down to try to go over long off, but he slices it towards extra cover, couple of runs, and brings up his 50 as well. And they crossed over for another run as well.
Yes, tried to go to 50 with that glory shot over the long off fielder. Just got the bottom of the bat, but still enough legs on it for him to cross over for 2 runs, 1 on the overthrow, and Martin Gidley moves to 52 of 35 deliveries, striking at nearly 150. It's been an excellent knock from him as Haji pulls that away to deep wicket for a single to close out the 40th over with England at 358 for 2.
Well, there's another player being retired out. It's 358 for the loss of just 2 wickets and 40 overs done. It's a fabulous score on the board for England at the moment.
Afternoon, Kavi. England 358 for the loss of 2. Long day in the field for Nigeria. Joseph to continue.
And there's another misfield by the keeper. Runs the bye. It's Joseph, the opening bowler, who's bowling at the end. He has 4 overs remaining with this, that is. Here's the misfield by the keeper. Tried to boot it. Couldn't go that low. And here's another shot. It was off the outside edge. We'll see if they can catch it. No, he was inside the 30 man 30-yard circle rather, and it was the outside edge that flies off to another boundary. And that's 363 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Phillips scoring off the first delivery. A current run rate of 9 runs per over. This is the highest total of the tournament so far.
On the flip side, Kavi, Namibia haven't gotten past 150 this whole tournament, so it's something pretty much a very uphill task, and it's going to be a long day.
And there has been 3 players who has retired out as well after the opening partnership that went over 100 runs, and both the opening pair decided to retire out, and a couple of other players did the same after getting a good score. So England want everyone to get a run in this tournament. They've rested a couple of important players as well coming into this game, and
Giles Eccleston and Marcus Smith, both the leading run scorer and the leading wicket taker for England, both left out for this fixture. In comes Joseph. Haji getting his fair share of batting for the tournament. England having booked their place in the semi-finals at the revered Kettarama. 365 for 2 at the end of 41.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මන් නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Well, it's 365 for England. 365 runs, but it perhaps would feel like 365 days long for Nigeria. Kavint, I beg your pardon, Namibia, who've been out there in the field, tested not just by the English batting skill, but also the beating sun and the humidity here in Colombo.
Yeah, and they have been poor all around. The fielding has been really poor. They've left some runs in the field, and that is why they are staring at this very huge score of 366.
I think the ground fielding has been starkly improved compared to the previous matches. I think where they've let themselves down, Kavint, is one, the catching as well as the bowling. A lot of extras given, completely unwarranted down the leg side, and that has perhaps been their undoing. Isadore Titus will continue.
Nudge down towards fine leg. And it's Haji and Phillips. And Titus, by far their best bowler, is being worked around for another couple of runs. To square leg, the ball trickled down. There again another couple of runs added to the board, and have around 3.5 overs, and down the track yet again. Will this be caught? But on the bounce, couldn't get hold of it, and it was Haji who's trying to go big at the moment. There's only 2.2 overs remaining in the game. They're trying their level best.
Swept and swept hard behind square. The field, valiant effort in the deep, but the Namibian ground fielding is the same story all over again. 378 for 2 England. Picked it up well ahead and got behind the line and slapped it across the square. But a valiant effort with no clinicality, getting another 4 runs for the English setup. Kavin, the thing about the English innings so far is it has been predominantly risk-free cricket, and the fact that they've been able to maintain such a high run rate is because of that happening too regularly. Wide signalled by the umpire. Bit of footwork down at fine leg. 374 for 2 England. It has been risk cricket. The openers barely took any risk. It's been handed to them on perhaps a silver platter. Isidore Titus to continue.
Was struck outside the off stump is the call from the umpire. Here's a replay. Struck outside. And that's the 42nd over done. 377 for the loss of 2 wickets.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
There's Joseph again. Pulled away through mid-wicket. Just, that's really, really poor fielding. Thought it was just 1 run. Could have caught it on the bounce. But there's the fielder that missed it completely. Tried to stick the right arm. Here's the replay. Spun away rather. Was in no man land, and there again another flick. Too fine leg. Gets home as well, and runs another run. Run takes one of the extra.
That's not salt to the wounds, Kavin. That's salt and chili to the wounds when you do that. And I think the English have been ruthless. Whenever there's an opportunity presented to run, they've run. Whenever there's been a loose ball, they've capitalized on it. And mistakes, if any, have been very, very marginal. And Haji's innings here too hasn't been any forgiving. In comes Joseph. Nudges it down to point. Will get through for a single. We were speaking to Bob earlier about the preparation back home by the Englishmen for this tournament. The thing is, during the summer they have a lot of access to cricket, more than 40 counties playing in England, and that perhaps has set a much better foundation for England compared to most of the other teams here, because Namibia are probably playing more cricket in this tournament than they've played all year. And in comes Joseph. We'll have to wait for the umpire's call on that one.
High full toss. We thought it could have been a no ball as well, but the leg umpire doesn't think so.
Seems it's not too dangerous enough to deemed one. 42.4 overs done. England closing in on that 400 mark. There we go. Footage of that.
Joseph comes in and this time gets the wicket.
I don't think even Joseph expected to get a wicket of that kind of a delivery, but a consolation wicket for the Namibian. 385 for 3 England. Haji once again trying to play across the line, plumb in front, crashing into middle and leg, and an easy choice for umpire Soka de Silva.
A juicy full toss missed by Haji. He did really well to get his 20 runs off just 14 deliveries, a strike rate of 142.86. That's what England needed towards the back end of the innings. And just 13 deliveries left. England now already 385 for the loss of just 3 wickets. They've got 4 players retired out as well. And it's Joseph's first wicket today. Jason Whittaker in at number 7.
13 balls to go for the English innings to conclude. 15 away from that elusive 400 mark. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a 50 overs encounter. This is a 45 over tournament. 385 is a big total any day, but in the context. Whittaker gets on the back foot and romps it down to sweeper cover. Will get through for a single. England 386 for 3. Two overs remain in the English innings. Whittaker just onto the field. Bit of wrist spin. Romps down the ground Whittaker and will get through for a single. England 387 for 3. A lot of sensible cricket, and as much as we talk about being sensible and risk-free, Kavind, I think it's been very proactive cricket. They've gotten to the pitch of the ball, they've gotten every single run that's been there to be offered, they've gotten across the line and swept. They've not waited for things to happen as much as Namibia have handed to them on a silver platter, and that's why you see this exponentially high score on the board.
Yeah, Namibia guilty of not doing the basics correct. They should have balled wicket to wicket and let them use minimum of extras, but wasn't the case, as we see another sweep, probably a couple of runs to England. Good running at the latter stages of the game. 390 400 is on the cards for them. 38 fours and 9 sixes in this total of 390. And it's Rensburg who has arrived short and punched over mid-wicket and square leg for a 6. There was a juicy short length delivery, half tracker, and had no hesitations. Swung it right over square leg and mid-wicket for another 6.
212 runs off boundaries, Kavint, out of the 396. Once again, short of a length, gets back and sweeps it hard down to square leg.
And that's the 400 up for England. With just 3 wickets down, they've batted. At least 7 batsmen have come onto the field. 4 retired out, and the others just 3 wickets. There's the score confirmation, and there again another wide delivery. Could have taken the extra, but that's the end of the 44th over. It's 401 for the loss of 3 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
54% of England's runs coming in boundaries. That's 216 runs purely in 39 fours and 10 sixes. That's a lot of runs. Even if they had not run, I think, Kavint, it would be a total that they'd fancy against this Namibian outfit, who are yet to get past 150 in this tournament.
Yeah, England need to prove a point with their bowling as well. They've been brilliant so far in the tournament. They've got wickets at crucial intervals, and they've pegged the batsmen back with some brilliant fielding as well. They're a good all-round unit, as we see Phillips reverse switch, and that should have been, I thought, could have been given out.
Looked pretty straightforward to me as well, Kavint, I think.
Yeah, and the keeper misses a run out as well. There you go, trying to run. Phillips casually jogging. The first real opportunity for the keeper, who's had a pretty bad day. And there again goes high up off the top edge. But the fielders nowhere near to it, and hence another couple of runs being taken by Phillips.
England were 30 for the loss of 0 wickets at the end of 15 overs, chasing 150 versus Sri Lanka. And then today they've exhibited a completely different ball game, just like the one you saw now. Swept hard behind a square for 4 more runs. England move on to 404 for 3. I mean, it goes to show that they have gears in them, and they've been able to switch tactics accordingly. And despite a change in personnel, dropping their strongest of the team, they've managed to bring up some very solid numbers.
Yeah, and that's the interesting figure. 52 extras bowled, and that's probably around 50 overs, 51 overs in total being bowled for this 408 delivery runs. And this is Titus, who's been expensive as well. The go-to bowler steps out, flicks it through mid-wicket for a couple of runs maybe, not looking for the third. And we have the final delivery of the England innings coming up. It will be Phillips to take strike, And Titus to bowl. Steps out and sweeps it, and that will be another boundary. Finishes off in style. 414 for the loss of 3 wickets after 45 overs, and that innings comprising of 41 fours and 10 sixes. And all the batsmen who have come out to bat today for England have really pounced on anything and everything that is being bowled loose, and plenty of extras as well as we see the innings break.
276 runs coming off just the extras and the boundaries coming. That's a huge number. And to add to that, the remaining 138 runs coming off runs is also impressive. Knightley and Wildman started off with some real power up front, and Alex Richards showed no mercy with his 56 of 30. And the skipper was the first to fall, Richard Trotman, falling for 20 of 34. And no kindness from Chitij Desai, who was rocketing around for 60 of 36 before he was caught and bowled by Pires Lestrange. And the similar fate with Gidley. He came all guns blazing and retired out for 50 of 36. And the last moment cameo by Haji, 20 of 14, along with Phillips, who came good in the last 2 overs, allowing Snellgrove and Jarvis to not take the pads. And a comfortable finish by Whitaker as England finished on a mammoth 414 for 3. Kavint.
And 52 extras is the main point there. They bowled 21 wides and 3 no bowls. As well as we see the Namibia bowling card, nothing much to show for. The best bowler has been Joseph, 7 overs, 43 runs for the loss for 1 wicket. And the rest of the bowlers have been taken apart by the English batsmen. Only Lestrange and Guinness got those couple of wickets with Joseph, and the bowling was pretty average from Namibia, and that is why they have been found at chasing a target of 415. And at the end of the 45 overs, they just managed to take 3 wickets. This is the inning highlight. There you go, you see players diving around but not catching much of the ball. And early on as well, there were some juicy full tosses and balls outside the off stump and on the leg side, and deliveries where England batsmen could have easily scored off.
Most of them risk-free cricket, Kavint, full tosses, shorter deliveries outside the stumps line, and England have been allowed to free their arms at will. And Alex Richards displayed no mercy, neither did Charles Knightley alongside Jonathan Wildman. Knightley was pretty elegant across the V, down the ground and down to long off, and Jonathan Wildman got the first 6 of the innings and never stopped afterwards. Wasn't kind to the spinners, wasn't kind to the pacers, and took Isidore Titus apart in his very first over. And Wildman neatly joined in the party as well, and making sure that whatever on his pads and along the V was put away in the right gap. Played well and played hard for both their half centuries, Wildman and Knightley, but equally potent and dangerous was Alex Richards. Came in and got that quick fire 52 of 36. Richard Trotman joined in on the fun, but he was the first man to fall for the English outfit, and repeated on show of some poor fielding by Namibia throughout the innings.
This is the back end of the England innings. The batters them came out, all scored quick fire runs. There were 4 half centuries and 5 including the extras, and the batters had a good day that probably was the shot of the day over extra cover, and whipping it on the leg side as well. And there again we see the poor fielding of Namibia that at least leaked 40 to 50 runs on the field as well. So not a good all-round performance from Namibia, but England on the other hand can really take a good step back and analyze on how they batted. They've won all 5 of their games so far. This is their last game of the group, and it's been a thumping, even though they are playing with most of their players rested, and interesting to see how they bowl on this pitch as well.
Well, Namibia will have a huge mammoth task up ahead of them. 414 long, hard runs to get before they call it quits at the IMC Over-50s World Cup and take that long, hard flight back home. England, of course, have cemented their place at Ketharama, and they will be playing the semi-finals, perhaps firm favourites to take home the IMC Over-50s World Cup alongside the home team, Sri Lanka. Beautiful views and scenes here in Colombo. Altair on your screens here, and this country's offerings is one that never fails to keep giving. We have live action coming to you from the Mercantile Cricket Association here in Vijayarama, and it's been a breeding ground for some amazing cricket. And with that, we'll come back soon for the batting innings of Namibia. We'll be chasing down 414 runs after a short commercial break.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
මම ගජමෑන් මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Private Limited, Sri Lanka's premier destination for cricket enthusiasts and sports tourism. So, Pusa Leisure Private Limited is actually the only leisure company in Sri Lanka with its own cricket ground. We're here at the ground right now, and it's the second largest cricket ground across Sri Lanka in playing area. This is tailor-made to conduct tours across Sri Lanka, and we are here today to witness about the specialties it has to offer. Natural for you to ask, what's so special about this ground? Well, let me list out a few reasons as to why it's special to cricket, right? So this is situated in a 30-acre land, meaning you have plenty of space to walk about, have a look, and relax yourself. Second of all, this land is situated by so much of vegetation that the amount of wind that comes into this land is quite limited. So as you see, whenever we watch a cricket match, we've seen plenty of occasions where certain calls on cricket are interfered because of the wind. Now that issue will be limited in this ground due to the vegetation that surrounds this place, which is beneficial for anybody who comes to play cricket. Third of all, the lighting is just perfect, right? So it's well lit throughout the day, and the amount of sunlight that you get into this land is much more compared to any other cricket ground around, again because of the location it's situated in. And another specialty about this cricket ground is its grass, right? So usually whenever you go to any other cricket ground, the grass is quite smaller compared to the grass that you would be seeing in this special cricket ground when you come here. It's because we have actually taken a grass that is quite special to Sri Lanka. Why? Because it's easy to maintain, we know how it works, we can make sure that it's well watered, well cut. All of this is easily maintained because of the fact that this grass is special to Sri Lanka. So these are just a few specialties as to why this cricket ground is special for you. About the pitch a little, right? So I'm here right now, and from the pitch to the ground we have about 80 meters of a radius, right? And something special about the pitch is that it's elevated, meaning that anybody from anywhere on the ground can see the pitch properly because of its elevation. So even if you stay in that corner of the ground, the pitch very clearly because of the elevation that it has. Alright, so we have utilized certain methods to ensure that our ground is free of weeds, right? So our first method is recycling water. We have a natural source of water in our land, and we have taken the water from that into a handmade pond covered by polythene, and water from that is taken to our ground through sprinklers, and that is how we water our ground. And that water is later on taken back into our drain, which I'm standing over, and this leads straight up to the natural water supply that we have in this land. All right. Apart from that, we've also utilized certain methods to ensure that no water from outside is brought to our land, our cricket ground basically. So these methods are basically what we use to ensure that there's no weeds in this grass, and that our grass is the same that we have maintained throughout from the start. Alrighty, so another specialty about this ground and how we're connected with nature, right? A fun fact. So if you hit a century in this ground, one of these surrounding trees will be named after you. So if you can see, this entire ground is surrounded by vegetation and plenty of trees. So whoever hits a century in this ground will get one of those trees named after them. So this is actually something quite unique. It's not done everywhere, and it's actually a nice opportunity for you to get a tree named after you. So this is something special that's happening here at the ground, and so far only 8 cricketers have actually hit a century and gotten a tree named after them. So if you want to come here and hit a century and get a tree named after you, this is the place for you. Alright, so you must be wondering what PUSA stands for. PUSA stands for Pujitha Uduvana Sports Academy. Pujitha Uduvana is actually the single owner of this cricket ground, and we actually have some exciting news. We will be providing this ground and facilities to the IMC Over-50 cricket tournament, right? So 9 of their matches will be taking place in this ground starting Feb 9th, and people from over 14 countries will be participating in this cricket tournament. So if you want to check out this ground and you would like to see a tournament, make sure you come and visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, I know this looks digital, but it's not, alright? We operate this scoreboard manually. How? We've used door hinges, and we've painted one side and we have not painted the other side. So using this method, we are able to make the numbers appear on the scoreboard. Usually it takes about 4 people to operate a scoreboard, but using this method, we just need 1 person to do all of the work. So it's a different way, it's environmentally friendly, and you can witness this when you basically visit the PUSA cricket ground. Alright, so you must be wondering where the side wickets are. It's going to be built right over here. It's still under construction, but we are expecting 12 strips to be made very, very soon. Alright, so now we're about to walk into where our hotel is going to be built. So we've chosen this specific location because it is right in between the golf course and the cricket ground. So in this hotel, we'll be having 2 wings, which is the cricket wing and the golf course wing. So depending on what sport you like the most, you can choose your stay. Alright, so another exciting part of our 30-acre land is this golf course. So the golf course isn't built yet, but I'm currently walking into the land that's dedicated for it. So on this road that we see over here, there will be an array of houses that will be built with a backyard facing this very golf course. So if you're interested in becoming an owner of these properties, make sure you invest right away so that you can have a house with a backyard facing this amazing golf course. So people that actually walk on the streets will not have a clear view of the golf course, except for the owners that actually reside in these houses. It will be exclusive just to y'all, so make sure you come and invest today. Alright, so this is where the golf course is going to be built, and behind me is one of the waterfronts that is available in this golf course, right? So obviously we know when we play golf that oftentimes we need obstacles to play the game right, and this is actually a natural obstacle that is available within this golf course, and we'll be making plenty more for y'all to have a peace of mind and also play the game really well. And also, another fun fact, which I've already mentioned before, is that all of this will be faced in your backyard. So whatever house that you purchase in this land, your backyard will be facing this entire golf course, these waterfronts, and all of this will be available to you. So if you're interested, make sure you come and visit this golf course and figure out if you want to be an owner of this amazing condo. Alright, so today we've spoken about how we can leisurely spend our time at PUSA Leisure Private Limited. But now we're about to talk about some investment opportunities, right? So we have about 49% shares worth of about $30 million available for y'all to invest. So we have some individual houses going on, and from that you will be able to get the ROI in less than 5 years. So do not miss out on the opportunity for y'all to invest in some amazing properties like this. Alright, so this is Pusa Leisure Private Limited. Over here we have our very own cricket ground, we have our golf course, we have condos, we have a hotel, we have so much to offer to y'all over here. So make sure you come and visit Pusa Leisure Private Limited and grab an opportunity to invest, have some leisure time and all that you need over here. Do not forget to come visit us.
ඒගොල්ලෝ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකන් අයගේ තාත්තලා මාමලා ගැනත් කියලා තමයි ළමයි ඔය වන්නේ මැද්දට. ඔය ඩ්‍රම්ස් වාදක මහින්ද සෙල්වා හොඳ සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩකයා. විශේෂයෙන්ම කතා කරන්න ඕනේ 91 සාෆ් තරගාවලිය. එහිදී ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරලා පිහිනුම් මන්සෙන් දීපිකා චන්දකුම් සහ ජූලියන් බෝලෙන් අරන් දීපු රන් පදක්කම් ටික එහින් දැක්ක අපි ඒක සොඳුරු මතකයක් පවණක් නෙමෙයි. සුවිශාල අත්දැකීම්. මෙම අසක් ඕකට මේ මම භාෂා දෙකෙන් ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කරනවා කියන එකට හොඳයි නරකයි දෙකම ගල්මුල් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මමත් තෝරගත්තා. ඉතින් සමහර ක්‍රීඩාවන් මොකද අපේ හැපිනවන්න පුළුවන් අපේ තරුණ කාලේ. තමන් ආතව ගහtti බස් ටිකට් එකේ ගියාගෙන ඉන්නේ. සියලුම විස්තර ලස්සනයි කියන්නේ මොඩල් කියන්නේ ලස්සන විතරක් නෙවෙයිනේ. කැරිස්මා එක තියෙනවා. නමුත් අපි කතා කරන්නේ සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දුට ඒ අවස්ථාව හිමි නොවුනේ ඇයි කියලා. ආවරණය සඳහා තියෙන පොරය හරහා මට පේනවා තත්ත්ව මට්ටමේ අඩුව.
ආයුබෝවන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. අද අපිත් එක්ක ඉන්නේ මාධ්‍ය ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ දැවැන්තෙක්. ක්‍රීඩා මාධ්‍ය කිව්ව ගමන් ඔබට මතක් වෙන නමක්. මගේ පුංචි කාලේ මමත් ක්‍රීඩාව නරඹද්දී මට ඇහුණු හඬක් දැකපු රුවක් අද අපේ නොදුටු මිනිසා හරිත පෙරේරා. අයිබෝන් හරිත.
අයිබෝන්.
මුලින්ම අවසර ගන්න වෙනවා මොකද මේ අපේ පූර්වජයෙක් අපට වඩා සෑහෙන ප්‍රවීණ අත්දැකීම් තියෙන කෙනෙක් හැටියට. ඉතින් අපි ආදරයට හරිත අයියා කියලා කියන්නේ. නමුත් අද මට හරිත කියලා කියන්න වෙනවා වැඩසටහනට ප්‍රවේශයක් ගන්න. ඉතින් හරිතයි ඒකට අවසර ඉල්ලගෙන අපි මුලින්ම කතා කරමු පොඩි මේ ඊරෑ ටිකක් විශේෂ දවසක් පාපන්දු ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් මහා තරගයක් නරඹන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා අපිට. විශේෂ තරගයක්, ඉතාම තරගකාරී තරගයක්. ඉතින් හරිතය තරගය නරඹන්න ඇති. මොනවද හිතුනේ මේ අලුත් ට්‍රෙන්ඩ්ස් ගැන, මේ ක්‍රීඩාව කොච්චර වේගවත් වෙලාද, කොච්චර වෙනස් වෙලාද කියන එක ගැන මොකද හිතුනේ ඊරෑ?
අසංකමලි මේකයි කතාව. දැන් අපි තරගයේ නරඹුවා කියලා නෙමෙයි. අපි ඒ තරගයේ ජීවත් වුණා. මොකද ලෝක පාපන්දු කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයක් කියලා කිව්වහම ඒක ගුවන් විදුලියෙන් නැව්වත්, රූපවාහිනී තිරයෙන් බැලුවත්, සමාජ ජාල මාධ්‍ය ඔස්සේ ඒ තරගයට සම්බන්ධ වුණත් තරගයේ ජීවත් වුනේ නැත්නම් ඔබ තරගයේ හිටියේ නැහැ. එහෙම තමයි මම දකින්නේ. ඉතින් බසර ගණනාවක් තිස්සේ ඔය වගේ ලෝක කුසලාන පාපන්දු, ක්‍රිකට්, රග්බි, ඒ වගේම හොකි. මම ඒ ගැන ටිකක් වැඩිපුර අවධානය අර කණ්ඩායම් ක්‍රීඩා හින්දා යොදනවා. ඉතින් ඒ අවසන් තරගයක් බලනකොට ඒකේ ඇඟට දැනෙන දේ විඳලම බලන්න ඕනේ. මොකද අපි ක්‍රිකට් ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයක් කරන්න වෙන ලෝක කුසලාන අවසන් තරගයකට මේ සහභාගී වෙලා නැහැ. ඇස් දෙකෙන් දැකලා නැහැනේ ක්‍රිකට් හැරෙන්න. දෙකින්ද ඒකේ ජීවත් වෙනකොට තමයි තේරෙන්නේ ඒකේ විචිත්‍රත්වය කොතරම් දුරටද කියලා. ඔය වචන වලින් කියනවනේ මෙච්චර ලක්ෂ සංඛ්‍යාත කෝටි සංඛ්‍යාත ප්‍රේක්ෂක ප්‍රජාවක් කියලා. ඒක මම විශ්වාස කරනවා. මොකද ඒකේ ජීවත් වුණොත් ඒක දැනෙනවා. ඊයේත් ඒ වගේ තමයි. මම දන්නේ කීයද නිදාගත්තේ කියලා.
ඔව් ඊටාම තරගකාරී විශේෂ තරගයක් නරඹන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා අපි හැමෝටම. ඉතින් අද ප්‍රධාන මාතෘකාව තමයි අද නොදුටු මිනිසා හැටියට අපේ හරිත පෙරේරා ඉන්න නිසා. ඉතින් ඔහුගේ නොදුටු පැත්ත, ඔහු ගැන ඔබ නොදත් දේවල් ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. ඔහුගේ අතීතය, ඔහුගේ අත්දැකීම්, ඔහුගේ රසවත් අත්දැකීම් තියෙන්න පුළුවන්. ඒ හැමදේම ගැන කතා කරන්නයි සූදානම් වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් හරිත ඔබ ඉපදුණු තැන ඉඳන් අපි පටන් ගමු. කොහොමද පෞල් පසුබිම, ක්‍රීඩාව පවුලේ තිබුණ එකක්ද නැත්නම් කොහොමද පුංචි කාලේ තිබුණු ඇල්ම ක්‍රීඩාවට?
මෙමය මම ඉපදුනේ නම් වැල්ලවත්තේ මගේ ගම දෙහිවල කරගම්පිටියේ. සත්වෝද්‍යානයට වැඩි දුරක් නැහැ. මුහුදු වෙරළටත් වැඩි දුරක් නැහැ. ඒකින්ද ඔය දෙක අතරේ තියෙන කෝණයක තමයි මම හිටියේ කරගම්පිටියේ කියන තැන. මම 5 දෙනෙකුගෙන් යුත් පවුලේ වැඩිමලා අසංක. මට නංගිලා දෙන්නයි, ඊට පස්සේ මල්ලි, ඊට පස්සේ ආපහු බාලම නංගි. බාලයයි මායි අතරේ පවුලේ වැඩිමලා හැටියට අවුරුදු 11ක වෙනසක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් මගේ තාත්තා ක්‍රීඩාවට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා. ඔහු ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. ඒ වගේම මගේ මාමා, ඒ කියන්නේ අම්මගේ මල්ලි හොඳ මේ ජිම්නාස්ටික් ඒ වගේම මල්වල ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳ ජව සම්පන්න චරිතයක් කියලා මට දැනගන්න ලැබිලා තියෙනවා. දැන් දෙදෙනාම ජීවතුන් අතර නැහැ. මගේ මාමා ස්ටැන්ලි රොසයිරෝ සහ ගාමිනි ෆොන්සේකා දෙහිවල හන්දියේ එකට මේ කරක් ගහපු දෙන්නෙක් කියලා මම අහලා තියෙනවා අම්මගෙන් මාමගෙන්. ඉතින් ඔබට ඒ පෞරුෂය ගාමිනී ෆොන්සේකා කියන චරිතය ගැන කිව්වහම ඔබට තේරෙන්න ඕනේ කොයි මට්ටමක ඒගොල්ලෝ හැසිරුණාද කියලා. හොඳම කඩවසම් දෙන්නේ. මගේ තාත්තත් හොඳ දේහධාරී පුද්ගලෙක්. ඉතින් ඒකින්ද ඒක තමයි ක්‍රීඩාවේ තිබිච්ච පසුබිම. හැබැයි ඉතින් මම ක්‍රීඩාවට යමුනේ පාසල් කාලය හරහා ඇවිල්ලා අපි හොඳට සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කට්ටියක්නේ.
ඒක මේ ටිකක් වැදගත් හරිතයි. මම ඒක ගැන වැඩිපුර අහන්න හිතෙනවා. මොකද මේ ගොඩක් දෙනෙක් දන්නේ නැති දෙයක්. ඔබ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ඒ වෙනකොටත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන ජනප්‍රියලා තිබුණා. මේ වෙනකොටත් දැන් ඔබ දකිනවා ඒ කියන්නේ සජීව දර්ශන බලන්න සජීව තරඟ අත්දැකීම් ලැබෙන තරමට සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ඉදිරියට ඇවිල්ලා තිනවා. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණු තත්ත්වය කොහොමද සැහැල්ලු පන්දු?
ඒ කාලෙත් මේ වගේමයි. මොකද දැන් මම කරගම්පිටියේ හිටියා කිව්වහම සරණංකර පාරේ ඉතාමත් ඉහළ මට්ටමකින් ඔය සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රීඩාව සිදු වුණා. සරණංකර පොඩි ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් එකේ. මොකද කට්ටිය පොලිමේ ඉන්නවනේ. කළුබෝවිල එක්සත් කිව්වහම බෙල්ලන්විල එක්සත් එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරා මේ ඇක්සස් ව්‍යාපාරයේ නිර්මාතෘ. ඔව් ඔහුත් හොඳ වමතින් වේග පන්දු යවපු කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මම අත්තිඩිය සමුද්‍රයේ සෙල්ලම් කරා, කරගම්පිටිය ක්‍රිකට් සමාජය සෙල්ලම් කරා, අපි හිල් රේන්ජර්ස් කියලා කණ්ඩායමක් හිටියා. ඊට අමතරව ඔය ජනතා කුසලාන කියලා ලේක් හවුස් එකෙන් මේ අනුග්‍රහය දක්වපු දීප ව්‍යාප්ත ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියක් තිබ්බා. ඔයා විශ්වාස කරන්නේ නැති වෙයි මොරටුවේ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක එක තරඟයක් අපි ජය පරාජයකින් තොරව අවසන් කරා. මොකද ඒ තරඟය අනිවාර්යෙන් දිනන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ වටේට යන්න. දෙවනි වටේදී ලකුණු 200ක් එලෝලා ගිහිල්ලා අපිට 200 සම්පූර්ණ කරගන්න බැරි වෙච්ච ඉඳා මේ මොරටුවේ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායම ඉදිරියට ගිහිල්ලා වුන් ජයග්‍රහණයත් කරා. ඒ සොයිසපුර කණ්ඩායමේ හිටියා ඔය ලින්ඩන් හැනිබල්ගේ ඥාති සොහොයුරා ලෙස්ටර් හැනිබල්. අදටත් ඒක ඉන්නවා. ඒකේ හිටියා ප්‍රියන්ත විජේසූරිය, නාලක විජේසූරිය, අයියමල්ලෝ දෙන්න මේ ද්‍රවිඩ සංගමය වෙනුවෙන් හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කළා මොරටු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නම් වැලක් කියන්න පුළුවන් ඕකේ. තරම් ඉහළ මට්ටමකින් ඔය ඩ්‍රම්ස් වාදක මහින්ද සෙල්වා හොඳ සොෆ්ට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩකයා. හරි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මං නම් බොහොම ටිකයි කිව්වේ. මාව ඔය ක්‍රීඩාවට අදගෙන ගිය කෙනා තමයි හනිෆ් කිචෙල්. එයා දැන් නම් ඉන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ. තව හිටියා ටයිටස් සිල්වා කියලා මහවැලියේ ලොකු වැඩ කොටසක් කරා පාලිත පැල්පොලත් එක්ක. මම මේ කියන්නේ මේ ඒ ලොකු කොටසක් ඒ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු වපසරිය අපිට හිතාගන්න බෑ. මම හැබැයි සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවේම එල්ලිලා හිටියේ නෑ. ඔය බොහෝ දෙනා ආවා වගේ මම ලෙද බෝල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගියා තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට, ලාබාල් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හැටියට කොළුපිටිය ශාන්ත තෝමස් ප්‍රාථමික පාසලේ. හැබැයි මට මේ පන්නරේ ආවේ ඒ සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවේ ජාතික මට්ටමේ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. අපි අලව්වේ ගිහිල්ලා ගැව්වා, පොළොන්නරුවේ ගිහිල්ලා ගැව්වා. මට මතක හැටියට අනුරාධපුරේ දෙපාරක් ගියා. ඉතින් රත්නපුරේ ගියා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ වලට සහභාගී වෙන සාමාජික ක්‍රිකට් අපි එකපාරක් අමලංගොඩ සිංහ ඔය දැන් ඉන්න සියලුම දෙනා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ගිනිගේලා, ප්‍රේමසිරිලා, එතකොට කුමුදුලා ඒ කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක ජයග්‍රහණය කරලා අන්තිමට ධර්මපාලයේදී තමයි ජාතික අවසන් තරඟයේ ක්‍රීඩා කරේ හෝමගමත් එක්ක. ඒකේ හිටියා නාගසිංහ කියලා. මම මේ නන් ටික කියන්නේ ඔය මම කියන නන් ටික ඇහුවාම සැහැල්ලු පන්දුවට උනන්දු හැමදෙනාම ඔය නන් ටික අඳුරනවා. අනිත් එක තමයි අසංක මට කියන්න ඕනේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය. ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයේ ක්‍රිකට් සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියක් අහන්න. අපි කියන්නේ මොනවද කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද ක්‍රීඩකයා එනකොට එයාගේ සම්පූර්ණ ඉතිහාසය කියලා ඉවරයි මැද්දට එනකොට. ඊතරම් දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෝ 5 දෙනෙක් මම ගණනලා තියෙනවා. සමහරවිට අපි දැන් යනවා මේ තෑගි බෙදලා දෙන්න. අපිට ලැජ්ජා හිතෙනවා මේ මිනිස්සු ඒ කියන කතාව. අවුරුදු 35ක 40ක අතීතයක් ඒගොල්ලන්ට තියෙන්නේ. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඒ දැන් සෙල්ලම් කරන අයගේ තාත්තලා මාමලා ගැනත් කියලා තමයි ළමයි වේවන්නේ මැද්දට.
ඒ තරම්
ඒක වෙනම කතාවක් ලංකාවේ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් කියන්නේ.
ඔව් දැන් ඔබට තේරෙන්නේ නැති මේ කතාව කොහෙටද යන්නේ කොච්චර ඉතිහාසයක් මේ කතාව ඇතුලේ තියෙනවද මේ කතාව ඇතුලේ අපි අහපු නැති දේවල් කොච්චර අහන්න අපට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙයිද කියන දේ. ඉතින් අපි තවත් මේක හරවස්සමු. හරිත පෙරේරා දැන් සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ප්‍රවීණෙක් වුණා ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මම හිතන්නේ ඒ ඇතුලේම ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙන්නේ නැති විස්තර විචාරය කරන්නත් ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ අලුත් අයටත් අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නා. ලෙද පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ගැන මොන වගේ මතකද?
මම කියවනේ කොල්ලුපිටිය ශාන්ත තෝමස් ප්‍රාථමික විද්‍යාලයේ 11න් 15 13න් 15 ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මාත් එක්ක ඒ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කීප දෙනෙක්ගේ නම් කියන්නම්. එක්කෙනෙක් ගයිඩ් අල්විස් නැසීගේ එකම වයස් කාණ්ඩේ ලක්මාල් ද සොයිසා එතකොට රබා ගුණසේකර පසුව ඔහු ජාතික රග්බි කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඔහු රාජකීය විද්‍යාලයට ගියේ. ඔය තුන් දෙනා අතරේ තමයි අපි ඉස්සරහට ගියේ. ඊට අමතරව හිටියා වසීල් හෆීල්ලා වගේ අය. ඒගොල්ලෝ රග්බි වලට ගියා. CHNFC කණ්ඩායමේ රග්බි පුහුණුකරු බවට පත් වුණා. ඉතින් අර එතනින් ගිහිල්ලා අපි ශාන්ත තෝමස් විදුහලට ගියාම එහි 16න් 15 කණ්ඩායමටත් ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ අපි 14න් 15 කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට එහා පැත්තේ රංජන් මඩුගල්ලේ අර්ජුන් ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ ඒ 14න් 15 කණ්ඩායමේ රාජකීය විදුහලේ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ මේ මාත් එක්ක 16න් 15 ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කීප දෙනෙක්ම අද අපාතර නැහැ. ඒ අතර අපේ නායකයා හිටිය දායලන් සුප්‍රමණියම් ඔහු රග්බි පවා ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට වගේම අපේ නිවාස කණ්ඩායමේ නායකයා හැටියට ක්‍රීඩා කළපු රත්නායක ලලිත් රත්නායක මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. අපි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැටියට ඉන්නකොට අපිට හොඳ අවස්ථාවක් ලබා දුන්න කට්ටිය. අරිත වික්‍රමනායක ඒකේ දෙවන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා ශාන්ත විතර. අරිත වික්‍රමනායක කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ නීති ක්ෂේත්‍රයේ දැවැන්ත නමක් අද වන විට. එදා ඒ සෙල්ලම් කරපු ඒ කට්ටිය දැන් රග්බි කණ්ඩායමේ හිටිය ෂේන් පින්ඩ ඒ වගේම ඔහුත් සමග ක්‍රීඩා කර උමේෂ් ඉඩිපිඩි ඒගොල්ලෝ ලක්මාල් සොයිසලා ඒගොල්ලෝ රාසල් ශූර්තාත් 3ක් දිනලා හොඳම පාසල් රග්බි කණ්ඩායම හැටියට තීරුණා. ඉතින් එවැනි ක්‍රීඩකින් රසක් හිටිය දවන්ත මල ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හිටියා රෝහන් ද සිල්වා කියලා. අපි ඔහුට කිව්වේ ශරෝනා කියලා. මේ මොකද ශරෝනා මේ බිම තමයි ඔහුගේ උපරිම මේ පානේ. ඒකින්ද තමයි ශරෝනා කිව්වේ. ඒ වගේම මිලින්ද මොරහැල කියලා හොඳ හොකි ක්‍රීඩකෙක් හිටියා. ඉතින් ඔය මං කියන වපසරිය හරහා තමයි අපිට ඉතින් පොඩි නිවාස මට්ටමින් හැමදේම කරන්න පුළුවන් තත්ත්වයක් උදා වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මේ පළමු පෙළ ගහන්න 19න් 15 ගියේ ධර්මපාල විද්‍යාලයට. වසර 2ක් ධර්මපාල විද්‍යාලයේ තමයි ක්‍රීඩා කළේ.
ඔව් සම්පූර්ණයෙන් වෙනස් පරිසරයකට එන්නේ. මට තවත් දෙයක් මතක් වුණා. හරිද මේ ක්‍රිකට් කල්චර් එක ක්‍රිකට් සංස්කෘතිය මොන වගේ තැනක තිබුණද කියලා අහන්න. මොකද දැන් ඒ වෙනකොට ගොඩක් තරග නරඹන්න අවස්ථාවක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. සජීව තරග නරඹන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කළා. මොන වගේ දෙයක්ද මේ තරග නැරඹීමේදී එහෙමත් නැත්නම් ක්‍රිකට් ගැන කතා කරද්දී මොන වගේ කතා බහක්ද තිබුණේ යාළුවෝ අතරේ?
ඔබ දන්නවනේ රාජකීය ශාන්ත තෝමස් මහා ක්‍රිකට් තරගයත් පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් තරගයත්. ආනන්ද නාලන්ද ශාන්ත ජෝසෆ් ශාන්ත පීතර මේ මම කියන්නේ බොහොම තෝරලා බේරලා අරගෙන හොඳේ. ඉතින් ඔය රටවටේම මහා ක්‍රිකට් තරඟ බලන්න සෙනගාව. නමුත් ඊට වැඩිය වෙනස් කතාව තමයි අන්තර් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ තරඟ ඒ දවස්වල. ඒ දවස්වල SSC NCC, Bloomfield NCC, Bloomfield SSC, CCC NCC SSC ඔය තරඟ ගැන කතා කරන්න ගියාම දැන් Bloomfield ක්‍රීඩා කරා කියන්නේ වර්ණපුරකින් පටන් අරගෙන රණසිංහ වෙනකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ 7 දෙනෙක් විතර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් හොඳ කණ්ඩායම තරඟ ජයග්‍රහණය කරා. අඩුම තරමේ 2000ක් තරඟේ නැරඹුවේ නැත්තම් පුදුමයි. බොහොම අමාරුවෙන් තමයි අපි ගිහිල්ලා බැලුවේ අජිත් දිසිල්ලට පින් සිද්ධ වෙනවා. මොකද අජිත් දිසිල්ල දෙවිවලාවට නෑදෑයෝ අපි දන්න කට්ටියට පින්ද අජිත් දිසිල්ලගේ මාර්ගෙන් තමයි යන්තම් බ්ලූම්ෆීල්ඩ් එකේ අයින් එකට කොනකට ගිහිල්ලා අපි පොඩි ළමයි ගිහිල්ලා තරඟ නරඹන්නේ. ඉතින් එනේන ඔක්කොම කසකාරයෝනේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් වර්ණපුරගෙන් සුනිල් ජයසිංහගෙන් පටන් ගත්තාම ලෙස්ලි නාරංගොඩලා මේ ලලිත් කලු පෙරුමලා ශබ්බිර් අස්කරාලිලා තුන්චියක් ගෙවුවා මේ කෙලොණු. ඒ වගේ ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලෝ පිටිකරුවන් හැටියට දස්කම් දක්වන්නෙත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා පන්දුයවන්න හමුවේ. එයා පැත්තේ ඉන්නවා මේ ඩෙනිස් චන්මුගම්ලා ටෝනි ඕපාතලා එළවෙලෝ ගහන්නේ. ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් පැත්තත්. පන්දුයවනකොට ඩීඑල්එස් දෙසිල්වලා සභාපති පිල්ලේ ළඟරත්නම්ලා එහෙම යවනකොට මම කිව්වා තව කීප දෙනෙක් හිටියා රුමේෂ් රත්නායක රවි රත්නායකලා වගේ උන්ට වේගපන්දු යනවා අසන්ත දිමෙල්ලා. හැබැයි ඒ නම් නැති තවත් කීප දෙනෙකුත් හොඳට හිටියා. ඒගොල්ලෝ ඉස්සරහට ආවේ නැති වුණාට කණ්ඩායමක් හැටියට තරඟ ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී එතකොට කණ්ඩායම් තරඟ ඔවුන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය වෙනුවෙන්, තමුන් වෙනුවෙන් නෙමෙයි. උතන තමයි වෙනස තිබ්බේ එතකොට. ඒ සංස්කෘතිය තමයි දැන් වෙනස් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට සෙල්ලම් කරාට අද ඒක තමාගේ පෞද්ගලිකත්වයේ ඉදිරියට ගෙන යන තත්වයට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා කියන අදහසේ මම ඉන්නවා. මොකද මමත් ක්‍රිකට් පරිපාලනයට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටපු කෙනෙක් හැටියට මට ඒක තේරෙනවා.
වර වෘත්තීය මට්ටමට එන එකේ හොඳකුත් තියෙනවා. ඒ වගේම ඔය වගේ නරක පැත්තකුත් තියෙනවා. මොකද අර පෞද්ගලිකත්වය ගැනම හිතන හින්දා. ඉතින් ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් වලට ආයෙත් ගියොත් ඊට පස්සේ ඔබට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවා පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝද එතකොට හම්බුණ කට්ටිය මොන වගේ මතකයන්ද තියෙන්නේ මේ තරඟාවලිය ගැන?
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ දවස්වල වේග පන්දු යවන්නන් නම් අපිට ඉතින් හෙල්මට් ආම් ගාඩ් තිබ්බේ නැහනේ. අපි දිව්වා. ආරම්භක පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියටත් කටයුතු කරා, අවසන් පිටිකරුවෙක් හැටියටත් ගියා. මං ක්‍රීඩා කරේ BRC ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයට. මොකද මම ධර්මපාලයට ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තරුණ ළමෙක් හැටියට මම අවුරුදු 2කට පස්සේ රස්සාවට ගියා. ගෙදර තිබ්බ වාතාවරණය හින්දා මම මුලින්ම පිගන් සංස්ථාවේ, අද පිගන් සංස්ථාව නැහැ, පිළියන්දල නිමබඩු කබඩාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කළේ. ඉතින් එහි ජනසතු සේවා දෙවන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඊට පස්සේ මම ආවා මේ එට්කින්ස් පෙන් සමාගමට. එහිදී වෙළඳ සේවා දෙවන පෙළ. ඒකේ ඉහළ මට්ටමේ තරඟවලට සහභාගී වුණා. සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ හිටපු අවුරුදු 25ම ක්‍රිකට් වලට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා මම. ඔවුන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ ක්‍රිකට් ලේකම් හැටියට කටයුතු කරපු හින්දා. ඉතින් එහිදී තමයි මගේ ක්‍රිකට් දිවිය උපවෙන්න මට අවස්ථාව උදා වුණේ. මම BRC කණ්ඩායම වෙනුවෙන් පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කළා. එහි ක්‍රිකට් ලේකම් හැටියට කටයුතු කරා. විවිධ කාර්යභාරයන් රැසක් සිදු කළා ඒ අවුරුදු ගාන ඇතුළත. ඉතින් ඔය කාලේ හරහා තමයි අපිට විශාල අභියෝග රාශියකට මුහුණ දෙන්නත් සිද්ධ වුණේ. අපිට 971 කරදරේ මතකයි අපි පාසල් ළමයි හැටියට. 83 කරදරෙත් මතකයි. අපි එතකොට මාධ්‍යයට ඇවිල්ලා නැහැ. හැබැයි පයින් වැඩට ආවා දෙහිවල ඉඳලා මේ හයිඩ් පාක් වෙනකන් කීප දවසක්ම. ඊට පස්සේ 89 ඒ කරදරේ වෙනකොට අපි ඔය ක්‍රිකට් වලටත් සම්බන්ධ වෙලා ක්‍රීඩා සමාජවල වැඩ කටයුතුට සම්බන්ධ වෙලා හිටියා. ඉතින් අර එවැනි පසුබිමක් වාතාවරණයක් යටතේ තරඟාවලි පැවැත්ුණා. මේ මෑත කාලයේ වෙච්ච කරදර වෙනකන් ආවේ නැති වුණාට හැම තරඟාවලියක්ම අඩු වැඩි මට්ටමින් පැවැත්ුණා. හැබැයි අර වෘත්තීය මට්ටම ඉස්සරහට ගියානේ 96න් පස්සේ. ඊට පස්සේ ක්‍රිකට් දිහා බලලා අනිත් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජත් ක්‍රීඩා මේ සංවිධානත් ඔවුන්ගේ ක්‍රීඩා මට්ටම ඉහළට ගෙන ආවා. දැන් මේ අතරවාරයේ ජාත්‍යන්තර මට්ටමින් මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාවෙන් අපිට සෑහෙන වාසි ලැබුණා. මේ අර විශේෂයෙන්ම කතා කරන්න ඕනේ 91 සාෆ් තරඟාවලිය. එහිදී ඉන්දියාව පරාජය කරලා පිහිනුම් මන්සෙන් දීපිකා චන්නුගම් සහ ජූලියන් බෝලින් අරන් දීපු රන් පදක්කම් ටික එහින් දැක්ක අපි. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒ කතාව ඒක සොඳුරු මතකයක් පවණක් නෙමෙයි. සුවිශාල අත්දැකීම්. අපි ඒක ගැන වෙනම කතා කරමු. නමුත් ඔබ මගේ ක්‍රීඩා දිවිය ගැන අහනකොට මගේ ක්‍රිකට් එකේ ඒකයි ඒ වෙළඳ සේවා දෙවන පෙළ තුන්වන පෙළ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු ඒවා හරහා ආපු පන්නරේ තමයි මේ අපි ඔය ඇදගෙන ගියේ ඔය ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට. ඉතින් ඒකට යොමු වුණේ විශේෂයෙන්ම සහැල්ලු පන්දු වල හිටියා. නමුත් ඊට වැඩි ආවේ BRC එකට ඇවිල්ලා ඒකේ සහ සමාජික ක්‍රිකට් තරඟාවලියේ ඉතින් අපි ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කරන්නේ ජාතික කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩකින් සමගනේ. අන්න එතනින් තමයි මාව පොඩ්ඩක් එළියට ආවේ.
ඔව් ඒක තමයි දැන් වැදගත්ම තැන මේ කතාවේ ඔහුගේ අපි කියන පදනම වෙන්නේ ඔහුගේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය. ඔහුව ඔබට මතක ඇත්තේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෙක් හැටියට මටත් මුලින්ම මතක විස්තර ਵਿਚාරකයෙක් හැටියට. ඉතින් ඒක ගැන අපි දැන් අහමු. කොහොමද මේ විස්තර ਵਿਚාරයට එළඹුණේ? අපි අහලා තියෙනවා ඔබ සැහැල්ලු පන්දු ක්‍රිකට් තරඟත් විස්තර ਵਿਚාරය කළා මුලින්. නමුත් හරියටම මේ ජාතික මට්ටමේ තරඟ ਵਿਚාරකෙක් වෙන්න කොහොමද අඩිය තිබ්බේ?
බොහොම ලෙන්ගතුව මතක් කරන ෆයිසල් බොංසෝ. ෆයිසල් බොංසෝ එතකොට ලංකාවේ නමක් දිනා සිටි වෘත්තීයම නිවේදකෙක්. ඉහළ මට්ටමේ ඔහු 25 නේ. ඉතින් ඔහුට ඉඳලා හිටලා ඇහෙනවා මේ VRCගේ සහ සමාජික තරඟාවලියේ ග්‍රවුන්ඩ් ඇනවුන්සර් හැටියට මම මේ කරන විස්තර කතනය. මොකද ඒ තරඟාවලිය කොළඹ කෝල්සා BRC තරඟ පිටිවල තමයි පැවැත්වුනේ. ඉතින් ජාතික මට්ටමේ සියලුම ක්‍රීඩකින් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඔහුට මේ යාළුකමක් තිබ්බා. ඔහු ගුවන්විදුලියත් එක්කත් රූපවාහිනියත් එක්කත් වැඩ කරන, විශේෂයෙන් ගුවන්විදුලියත් එක්ක වැඩ කරන කාලේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න නැසේ ගියේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න හොඳ ජනමාධ්‍ය වේදිකයෙක්. ඒ වගේම මල්ල ක්‍රීඩා පුහුණුකරුවෙක්ද මන් දන්නේ නැහැ. නමුත් මල්ල ක්‍රීඩාවට සෑහෙන සම්බන්ධකමක් තිබ්බ පුවත්පත් කලාවේදියෙක්. ඔහු ක්‍රීඩා අංශයේ භාරව හිටියා ගුවන්විදුලියේ. ඔහුට කවුරු හරි මෙහෙම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව සම්බන්ධ කට්ටිය ඕනේ කිව්වහම ෆයිසල් බොන්සෝ BRC ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේ BRC සමාජය හරහා මට කතා කරලා මට කිව්වා යන්න කියලා. ඉතින් එතෙන්ට ගිහිල්ලා කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්නට පින්සින් දෙන්න තමයි අපි ගුවන්විදුලියේ ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර විචාරයට සම්බන්ධ වුණේ. නැසීගේ කාල්ටන් සෙනවිරත්න ඔහු මට විතරක් නෙමෙයි තව බොහෝ දෙනෙකුට අවස්ථාව ලබා දුන්නා. එපමණක් නෙමෙයි ඔහු යොමු කරන අපිව වෘත්තීය මට්ටමින් මේක කරන්න. ඒ අවස්ථාවට සහභාගී වෙච්ච තව කීප දෙනෙක් තමයි අපි ගුවන්විදුලියේ පුහුණුව ලබා දුන්නා අපිට මේ නිවේදකින් හැටියට. ක්‍රීඩාම නෙමෙයි නිවේදකින් හැටියට. රොෂාන් අබේසිංහ එක හිටියා. තවත් හෙට්ටිආරච්චි මොන ප්‍රසන්න හෙට්ටිආරච්චිද ප්‍රසාද් හෙට්ටිආරච්චිද කියලා මතක නැහැ. ප්‍රසාද් විතානගේ හිටියා. හරිසිරි විතානගේගේ පුතා කීප දෙනෙක්. තව ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවට සම්බන්ධ වෙච්ච නැති නිවේදක මට්ටමට ගිය තව 10 දෙනෙක් විතර හිටියා. ගුවන්විදුලියේ හොඳ පදනමක් සහිත හොඳ තත්ත්ව මට්ටමක පුහුණුවක් ලබා දුන්නා කොයි විදිහටද මේක හැසිරවන්නේ කියලා. ඒ දවස්වල ඒ ලබා දුන්න ඒ පුහුණුව මම හිතන්නේ ඒක ඒ මට්ටමින් කරනවා කියලා. දැන් මර්ල් විලියම්ස්ලා ලිවි විජේමාන්නලා වගේ අය ඇවිල්ලා කතා කරලා අපිට කියපු දේ අදටත් මතකයිනේ. ඒ නෝට්ස් අපි ගාව තාම තියෙනවා සංක. ඉඳලා හිටලා ඒක බලනවා.
ඉතාලම වැදගත්. ඒ වගේම මට තව දෙයක් මතක් වුණා. දැන් ඔබ භාෂා දෙකෙන්ම ඔබට දී භාෂාවෙන්ම කරන්න පුළුවන් කෙනෙක් විස්තර විචාරයන් ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂාවෙන් සිංහල භාෂාවෙන් දෙකෙන්ම. ඉතින් මේකත් ඒ කාලෙම පටන් ගත්ත දෙයක්ද? භාෂා දෙකම කතා කරන්න කොහොමද හැකියාව ආවේ?
මෙම අසක් ඕකට මේ මම භාෂා දෙකෙන් ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර විචාරය කරනවා කියන එකට හොඳයි නරකයි දෙකම ගල්මුල් ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා. ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂාවෙන් ඒක වඩාත් මට ලේසි මොකද මම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩකෙක් නිසා. හැබැයි සිංහල භාෂාවේ මගේ සාමාන්‍ය පෙළ අධ්‍යයනයේදී මට සිංහල ඉංග්‍රීසි භාෂාවලට විශිෂ්ට සාමර්ථ්‍ය තියෙනවා. සිංහල සාහිත්‍යයට බුද්ධාගමට සාමාන්‍ය සාමර්ථ්‍ය තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව ඉංග්‍රීසි සාහිත්‍යයට සාමාන්‍ය සම්මානයක් තියෙනවා. ඊට අමතරව ඩිබේටිං ටීම්ස් දෙකේම වැඩ කරලා තියෙනවා සිංහල ඉංග්‍රීසි. ඉතින් ඔය පන්නරය තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් මට තියෙනවා කියලා හිතෙන්නේ. මම සිංහල භාෂා වැඩසටහනක් කරන්න නෙමෙයි ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා විස්තර විචාරකයෙක් හැටියට සිංහලෙන් කටයුතු කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒක ලැබෙන ආරාධනාවක් අනුව තමයි මම කරන්නේ. නැතුව මම ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාවේ මට මේක කරන්න දෙන්න කියලා මම එළවගෙන ගිහිල්ලා නැහැ කවදාවත්. ඉතින් ඒ ලැබිච්ච පුහුණුව ඉංග්‍රීසියෙන් පුහුණුව ලැබුණට ඒක මම සිංහලට පරිවර්තනය කරගන්න. මොකද මට ඒ හැකියාව තියෙනවනේ.
ඒක විශේෂ හැකියාවක් අපි අහලා තියෙනවා ඉස්සර මේ කරුණාරත්න අබේසේකර වගේ කට්ටියත් මේ විදියටමයි වැඩ කළේ කියලා ඉංග්‍රීසි පිටපත තියාගෙන සිංහලෙන් විචාරය කරන්න තරම් හැකියාවක් තිබුණා. ඉතින් ඒකේ මේ වර්තමාන පුරුක් තමයි මේ හරිත පෙරලා කියලා කියන්නේ. ඒ වගේම මට ඔබ මුලින්ම මතක රූපවාහිනී විස්තර විචාරකයෙක් හැටියට මම මුලින්ම ඔබ දැක්කේ රූපවාහිනියෙන්. ගුවන්විදුලිය අපිට තරම් ලංුනේ නැහැ අපේ වයසේදී. ඉතින් කොයි කාලෙද මේ ගුවන්විදුලියෙන් රූපවාහිනියට ආවේ?
මම ගුවන්විදුලියට ගියේ 1986. එදා කවුරුත් නැතුව පාලිත පෙරණ මහත්මයා මගේ ගුරු තනතුරේ මම සලකන්නේ ප්‍රේමසර සහ පාලිත දෙන්න. පාලිතත් එක්ක කමෙන්ටරියක් කරන්න ග්ලොස්ටර් ඡාය කියන ප්‍රාන්ත කණ්ඩායම මෙහි පැමිණිලා චිත්‍රලේන් ඒ පාසලක් තියෙනවා විවිධ දක්ෂතා තියෙන ළමයින්ගේ පාසලක් චිත්‍රපට මගේ ඒකට සල්ලි උපයව ගන්න
Hello, welcome back. We are live at the MCA Cricket Association, Mercantile Cricket Association grounds in Colombo for the second inning actions of the game between Namibia and England. With England posted a massive total, 414 for the loss of 3 wickets in their 45 overs. Here's take a look at that scorecard. Plenty of half centuries as well. But Namibia really struggled to build pressure on the England side, and they considered plenty of runs as well as 52 extras as well. It's a uphill task for Namibia side. They are under pressure with still yet to register a win in this tournament. They will hoping to put up a fight back here with the bat. Joining with me in the com box, Nathan. Nathan, very good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Malinda. Cooper to open the bowling and straight away get some sharp seam movement back into the batsman off the under edge of Fleming, and that's away to the fine leg fence. Fortunate boundary to start the innings, and they'll need a lot more of those if they are to come anywhere near this mammoth total posted by England.
Yes, indeed. Yesterday they were bowled out for 49 runs. That may be in their mind with chasing this massive score against a top side for England.
Yes, Cooper starting with a slip and a gully. Wicketkeeper standing up to the stumps, and he's struck him right in front. Some vicious seam movement back into the right hand, and Fleming, after nervously surviving the first delivery, is struck on the back pad, and I don't think the umpire would have an easier decision than that today. Back in the crease, struck right in front, and umpire obliging straight away. Cooper striking with his second delivery. Namibia not the most ideal start. 4 runs for the loss of the first wicket.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछने वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा.
Yes, Malinda, this pitch does have some assistance for the seamers. We saw yesterday as well. The American seamers doing quite well and restricting Namibia to just 53 runs. There's some more grass rolled in, and it still looks to be a little green. Unfortunately, Namibia were not disciplined enough with their bowling to extract that assistance that was there, but Cooper straight away on the money, swinging it back in at pace, and that did for Fleming.
Yes, indeed, England are looking to capitalize with the new ball to build pressure on this Namibian side. Here comes Cooper. Once again, that inward movement into the right hander.
Yes, living dangerously are the Namibian top order. Take a look at that replay. Going helped by the angle and some pitching it right into that grassy patch that we have towards the middle of the surface. And Nokia's feet going absolutely nowhere. And if he doesn't get a little more proactive, he could also be trapped right on the crease, and he puts himself as a perfect candidate for LBW and bowled.
Oh, once again, a beautiful delivery. He missed everything. Unlucky for the Cooper. 4 byes for Namibia.
Yes, Cooper will consider himself unlucky that that ball didn't go on to hit the stumps. This time pitched it up, just missing at the top of leg. And Nokia can consider himself a lucky man. Nothing that the keeper could do about that either. Knightley standing right up to the stumps.
One more delivery remaining in this first over. 8 runs on the board for Namibia.
Once again, this time ball going away before coming back in. Just driven to extra cover. 8 for 1 after the first over. So Namibia in some early trouble, finding it difficult to negotiate this new ball, and something we've seen throughout the tournament, Malinda, is the new ball doing the talking. The pink ball is much harder and the seam is more pronounced than, let's say, a red or a white ball, and it has helped the fast bowlers so far in the games that we've seen. Wildman open the bat in, now to open up the bowling. He's getting some nice shape away from the right-hander on that first delivery.
Strange, not a best of outing with the ball for him, but ended up his spell with a sharp catch of his own bowling. Now at the crease, he's reaching that wide delivery.
Yes, good combination to open the ball in for England. Wildman taking the ball away from the right-hander. Cooper moving it back in. Cooper with a bit more seam movement. Wildman more of a swing bowler. But they seem to be complementing each other quite nicely so far.
This time it's missed it for Lestrange. 9 for 1 at the moment, Namibia. Nokia at the other end. This is previously Strange.
Yes, Wildman just struggling a bit here to settle into that perfect line and length. Not accounting for the swing, and it's taken it away from that pop increase for another extra. Full toss, not capitalized on by Lestrange. Lewis Nokia, the batsman at the other end. Both of them, from their body language, you can tell that they are rather nervous, Malinda.
Yes, indeed. It's a tricky period for them, chasing that massive mammoth target against the ball moving around them. It's not going to be easy for these batters in this Namibian lineup.
Yes, even Wildman starting with 2 slips and a gully, trying to grab that outside edge, especially with the away movement. It's the correct way to go, I would say, from an English perspective. And he struck dead in front of the pad, swung it away from the right hand the entire over, and that change up of the last delivery viciously brought into the pads of Lestrange, but umpire reckoning that that's going down leg side, and yes, on replay seems to be missing a leg stump rather comfortably. At the end of the second over then, it's 10 for 1.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
Yes, Cooper to continue. Bring it viciously back into Nokia once again. Pretty sure there's plenty of nervous jitters in the Namibian camp.
Oh, he's chipped that in front of that short mid-wicket fielder. Both batters are yet to get off the mark.
Yes, fielder is there for that catch at short mid-wicket, but just a fall in short. Nokia playing that with soft hands.
This time powerfully struck down the ground. First sign of aggression from Nokia to gets off the mark.
Yes, I'm sure that boundary will take a lot of pressure off of Nokia. He looked lost at sea so far in his 7-ball stay. He's planting the front foot and swinging through the line, and a lovely boundary straight past the bowler. This time not full enough for that drive, squeezed away to point. But yes, I think Cooper should look to pitch the ball up a bit more, Malinder. Try and hit the stumps as much as possible and bank on this Namibian top order to make a mistake.
Oh, once again, nip back from Cooper. Hands on the head tells you the story.
Yes, and another bye added to the total. Hickey behind the stumps. Couldn't do anything about that. But some vicious seam movement from Cooper. He'll be unlucky to, he'll consider himself unlucky to not have another wicket here. He's done that on a couple of occasions so far, and only once has been given the due reward.
Last ball coming up of the third over. Once again, good ball in this from Cooper. 15 for 1 Namibia, chasing that massive target after 3 overs.
Yes, Wildman making his way back to the bowling crease. Nokia on 4 of 9, Lestrange of none of 7. Haven't looked comfortable at all so far, have they, Malinder?
Lestrange, 7 balls faced so far.
Harmless delivery on that occasion by Wildman. Should look to pitch the ball around middle and off, or just outside that off stump, taking it away from the right hander. Will encourage the loose shot from them and possibly nick it to the slips. Once again, too wide for my liking.
Yes, indeed. With that away movement, it's going away from the right hand. The line is need to be at the off stump or a fourth stump. Played uppishly that time. That's a trickle away.
Not in control of the shot, Nokia. Just took the outside edge, and fortunately for him was just enough bat on that to go over the cover point region. Batsman collect 2. But yes, Wildman, if he is to break through here, must bowl a bit straighter. Much better on that occasion. That's what he needs to be that's what he needs to be doing. Beating the outside edge, and hoping that his mates in the cordon can do the rest.
Left it alone that time. Wildman bowling his second over. 2 balls remaining. Look at that asking rate, 9.60.
This time a dip in full toss. Nokia can only punch that straight to mid-off. And yes, talking about the asking rate, it's getting closer and closer towards that 10 runs and over mark. It just shows how dominant England were with the bat. We are only in the 4th over as Nokia on the attack once again. Chips that over the short mid-on. Collects 4 more runs for his side. He moves into double figures. And Namibia 22 for 1 after 4 overs. But yes, we were talking about how dominant England were with the bat. Taking a look at that match summary. Namibia just managing only 3 wickets. Plenty of half centuries for England. They look to retire their batsmen once they cross that 50-run mark. Obviously already sealing qualification into the semi-finals. They're just looking to use this as an opportunity to test out all their batsmen. Wildman top scored with 62 off of 56. Desai quick fire 60. And Namibia currently 22 for 1 after 4 overs as Cooper runs in for his third. Straight in the block hole.
Once again that movement into the right-hander. Lee Strange searching for his first run.
And that's a brilliant take in the slips. Lestrange has to walk back for a 9-ball duck. And what a take by Whittaker there. One-handed grab, was off balance, moving to his right, had to just move to his left. And Namibia lose their second wicket in just the 5th over. Cooper accounted for both of them. We take another look at that one. That nip back once again. Lestrange misjudging the line. And it grabbed the outside edge on its way to Whittaker, who takes a brilliant catch in the slips, Malinder.
Yes, indeed. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Whittaker. Lestrange walks back for a 9-ball duck. Namibia 22 for 2.
So Namibia chasing 415, find themselves 22 for 2 in the 5th over, and it's not looking pretty for them. Most would say another batting collapse on the cards. Namibia haven't crossed 170 runs in the tournament in 5 matches so far.
Cooper got both wickets within 2.2 overs, giving away just 8 runs.
Yes, and England missing their best bowler, Richard Sharp, who has been their highest wicket taker in the tournament so far, but doesn't seem to be causing any problems for them. Cooper filling in quite nicely as William Jenas makes his way out to the middle. Took a wicket with his leg spin. Cooper just making some adjustments to the field. A slip, a gully, and a catch in mid-wicket. The attacking fielders, rest of them camping on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Hickey standing up to the stumps as well. And once again, sharp inseam movement. Genius did well to get some bat in the way of that.
Once again, beautifully bowling. This time from Cooper.
Yes, challenging that front pad once again. Genius luckily gets a bit of inside edge in the way of that one, but plenty of nerves for Namibia. It's quite evident. Their feet also not really moving much, and they are under some serious pressure here.
This time he looks to guide it away. Completely missed that one once again. Last wicket to fall. Previously a stranger for a 9-ball duck with a brilliant catch by Whitaker at first slip.
A dangerous leave on that occasion, you can see from Genius, especially considering the ball is seaming sharply, as they bought a second slip in for this final delivery in the 5th over. And that's defended straight down the ground by Genius. Closes out the 5th over with Namibia 22 for 2.
Two quick wickets for England. This is the 6th over. Wildman in his 3rd. The keeper standing up to the stumps. Wildman had a good day with the bat as well. Scored some important 20-30 runs, as we see here. Pats it back to mid-off.
Evening, Kavi, as we bring you back action here from the MCA Cricket Grounds, live from Colombo. England clearly having the upper hand, 2 early wickets in the power play. Jonathan Wildman got that feisty 50 up front and now is delivering the goods here in the power play. England seem to have this assuredness about the way they go about things, Kavin. So be it the field placements, be it the way they're going with their lines and the lengths, even if the keeper misses something, there's a slip who's catching it. There's something very fluid about the way they're performing.
Yet again, another brilliant delivery on that off stump. Seamed away just a little, taking almost the off stump off, and a good take from the keeper as well. The medium pacer Wildman, the keeper standing up to the stumps, and there again chipped, but well short of the mid-on fielder. That's 5 deliveries, 5 on the target. What we did not see from Namibia. They were wavered with their line and lengths, but England keeping it really tight as the 6th over ends. And that's a maiden 22 for the loss of 2 wickets Namibia.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ 1 වසර 2 වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Live action of the IMC Over-50s World Cup coming to you from Colombo. 15 days of riveting cricket action culminating in the final matches at the R. Premadasa International Stadium. In comes Cooper, 2 early wickets for the Englishman. 2 slips and a gully in place. A close-in cover fielder in place as well. England very much pressing the accelerator. They want to get things done. They'd want to make a statement with the ball as well. It was a statement affair with the bat. 414 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Cooper has been the pick of the wickets. 2 for 8 in his 4th over. Here he comes in. Outside off and bowls him on. Thought it took the inside edge, but no. It was swung back in. There was no foot movement from Janice. And bowls him on. And swung back in and takes the off stump just like that.
Goodness me, the swing on that delivery, Kavind. It was heading to pull on Narva and it turned back to Jaffna. My goodness. Beautiful bowling by Cooper there. Williams is 1 of 6 deliveries. Namibia 22 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares, and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
.22 for 3 in the 7th over, and Cooper has picked up 3 wickets, 3 early wickets, and the last one was a peach of a delivery. As we see the new batsman, it's the captain Hudson-Berg, who comes in place of Guinness, and he takes a leg stump guard as well.
Davi Hudson-Berg didn't look the most brightest man in the toss as well. He's having a dismal tournament. 5 losses in the last 5 games. And having to face England on top of that is not the most joyful thing that you would expect.
There again it came back in. He's using the new ball to good effect. He's bringing the ball back in at the last moment and asking the Namibian batsman to drive. So you miss a hit kind of day for Cooper. There again comes in. That was down the leg side. Not one of his better balls.
The kind of swing he generates, Kavind, it reminds me of Glenn McGrath up front. That short run up, keeper standing up to him, and that sharp in swing into the batter. Once again, Cooper.
Here again, this time well met with, and that will go down to the boundary through backward point, and he guided it really well, did the Namibian captain. There you see, using the pace, opening the blade, and through backward point for a boundary, a welcome boundary. 26 for 3. Just 1 delivery remaining in the 7th over. The bowlers from the other end need to help Cooper up, because he's had a brilliant first 4 overs. There again, right on the middle stump, but well defended by Hudson-Berg as the 7th over ends 26 for 3 Namibia.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුණලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්න එපා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Cooper doing some good work in the previous over. That solitary boundary of a good delivery and a very important wicket of genius. England introducing spin for the first time in this innings. The required run rate already above 10, Kavint.
Yeah, more than 10.24 is the asking rate, and a current rate of 3.71 as we see Gidley being brought into the attack for the first time. Looks like it's a spinner, and it will be Nokia who will be facing. He's faced 21 deliveries for his 10 runs. The highest scorer for Namibia so far.
Gidley to commence his bowling.
Yet again a slip being placed. Spin it is, and a full toss to start up, and punch off the front foot to mid wicket, and that's another boundary for Namibia. It was a juicy full toss. You see, swing of the bat, clears the infield and gets a boundary.
Valiant effort there by Tuan Haji at short mid wicket. Threw himself on the floor after a satisfying session of batting. He looks to be in full flow in the field as well. Once again, Gidley finding some grip on the surface. The ball spinning viciously into Nokia.
Was going down the leg, hence Gidley did not even appeal. Interesting to see when he will bowl that arm ball. That does not spin, goes on with the angle. There again, a pitch and another boundary coming up from the bat of Nokia.
Beautiful use of the angles from Nokia. Was very aware. Gidley comes in with a very open grip, Kavint, and with that it's pretty characteristic of the batsman to gauge an off spinner, and he made sure that he did that and played it with the spin. But like you said, very excited to see when that stock ball will come through.
Gidley. There again, that will be 5 wides by the looks of it, and goes to the boundary. Wide is the call, but it hasn't gone to the boundary. Hence 2 runs to Nokia, and with the wide it's 3 runs. 7.3 overs bowled. Gidley needs to get his line and length correct. There again, easy for Nokia to pat it back. He's bowled a couple of loose deliveries as well. He's had plenty of cover in the offside, and that's it. That's the wicket. Yoked himself. He should have either come back in or gone back, but either way he only managed to york it. There again, good loop. See, no foot movement at all from Nokia, and he has to depart. And that's the 4th wicket for England. That's Nokia going out for a well made, 18 of 26 balls. He smashed 3 boundaries, but there's one delivery remaining, and Gidley has already got a wicket.
Started off poorly and was pretty predictable in the first 4 deliveries, but made that small change up of getting the ball full, and Nokia was stuck with no place to go, and went ahead with the shot, making barely any connection, and falling prey to the fuller delivery from Gidley. It's pretty hot there. Umpire Ashoka De Silva. He's been getting begged for a living for quite some time, Kavind.
He's retired now from international cricket. He was one of the best umpires Sri Lanka has produced. He was the one who carried the name for Sri Lanka before Kumar Damrasena, and his last tournament I think was the 2011 World Cup. And Gidley has one delivery left, and it will be Kotsi to face, and he defends it well, and that's the 8th over done. 35 for 4 Namibia.
Namibia 37 for 4. The last 2 wickets have 2 overs have yielded 2 wickets. Skipper Dawi Hudson-Berg along with Kotsia out there batting, and they'll be playing for pride. Namibia, they'll not want to go down cheaply, but this man, he's been getting them out for cheap. Cooper 3 for 12 in his 4 over spell, and he's swinging it like a spitting cobra.
Here comes Cooper for his 5th over. Yet again, good swing in swing end, but driven to the boundary. This was a similar delivery to the wicket he took in the previous over, but Hudson-Berg drives it. This time has the foot movement, and there was no sweeper cover. A boundary per over isn't going to hurt England at any point of the game, because they have a required run rate of almost 11 now. Cooper was a bit short and well left by Hudson-Berg, and a good take from the keeper as well.
Richard Trotman wouldn't mind that odd boundary, like you said, Kavin, because you'd want the batsman to drive, you'd want him to make that effort to get that edge, and as long as Namibia are not out of control, he wouldn't mind risking and giving Cooper that advantage. In comes Cooper. Very gentle run up, and in he trots, and easy action. Beautiful delivery once again. He shouldn't be in the under 50, over 50 setup, Kavin. He should be playing.
There again, there was good bounce. Bowling that 4th stump line, and a good couple of takes from the keeper from England. That is what we didn't see from Namibia. The keeper was really poor with his takes. Yes, Cooper in for his 4th. Came back in, lucky to have got an inside edge on that. Hadn't he, would have been curtains for Hudson-Berg. Keeping it in and around the off stump is Cooper. He's swinging it back, but his lethal delivery has been the one that bounces.
Once again, Cooper willing to let that risk run. 2 more to the Namibian total. Some class swing here. You reckon James Anderson is around 75 years old now, playing first class cricket in England, signed his contract with Lancashire again. Cooper knocking on the door for the English team.
One ball to finish off the 9th over. Down the leg side and called a wide. He tried to ball that Yorker. Tried to get that length. After bowling a couple of short deliveries, he wanted to go in and bowl at that leg stump, but missed the radar by a couple of inches, and a wide was given. Here's the final delivery of the 5th, and yet again tried that fuller length delivery, but Hatzenberg pats it back, and that's the 9th over done. 44 for the loss of 4 wickets, Namibia.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Kidley to start from the other end. Rather Phillips, there's been a change in bowling. Looks like Phillips is another right-hand spinner.
Surprising decision. Gidley took a wicket in his first over. Captain opting to change up for Phillips. It should be a strategic decision with the right-hander Kutsia on strike.
Good spin to start. Was outside the off stump and turned quite away towards the off stump. Kotsi, the new man. There again, ball keeping low. This was way much better from Koitsi, because he's bowling it into the stumps, turning it into the stumps.
He has to play at it, Kutsia. Phillips. Kutsia rock solid. Namibia were 22 for 2, 33 for 3, and now are 44 for 4. That multiple of 11 not really working in their favour. Kutsia facing up to Phillips. Once again, flighted delivery. Kutsia will get through for a single. Namibia 45.
Went to the back foot quite early and patted it back to square leg. As Hudsenberg is ready to face his first over of spin. Phillips, good initial 5 deliveries. Hudsenberg trying to keep it simple, not trying to go after the bowling, trying to secure something. But the required run rate is slowly creeping up, 10.52 at the moment. As Phillips flights it up, and with the turn he had in the first 5 deliveries, he's not going to get that, and that's the 10th over done. 45 for the loss of 4 wickets, Namibia.
Namibia 45 for 4 after 10 overs. They lost wickets at regular intervals in these first 10 overs. Change of bowling, as we saw Trotman, the skipper from England, has brought into the attack.
Sir Richard Trotman, captain for England today, bringing himself into the attack. He's also bowling some seam-up deliveries from that end where Cooper found a lot of success. But yes, good opening spell from both those seamers for England, Malinda.
Yes, indeed. England get plenty of movement with the new ball, and 4 occasions they got succeeded as well. Hardzamert on 10, Coetzee on 1 of 7.
Yes, Hartzenberg, the skipper for Namibia, will be hoping to lead from the front and make sure Namibia leave the MCA today with some sort of pride and respectability.
Short and on the back foot this time, and he picks up a boundary.
It's a loose delivery on that occasion from Trotman, short and wide. No real movement as such, and comfortably cut away by Coetzee. And the total now up to 49, loss of 4 wickets. Namibia just 4 away from their total yesterday, Malinda. They were all out for just the 53 runs.
Yes, indeed. I reckon they bowled out for 49 yesterday.
Yes, we'll just double check that. But quiet first over so far from Trotman. Just 1 delivery to go. A wide one, a little too wide for umpire's liking. That's another extra.
And 50 on the board for Namibia.
Yes, Namibia rolled for 49 yesterday. As you correctly said, Malinda. Taking a look at our other games. As Trotman seems to have pulled a muscle, or is in a bit of discomfort. It will be Desai to complete this over. Straight away in the block hole, guided past first slip for a single. And that brings an end to the 11th over. Namibia 51 for 4.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව. දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
නිවල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ ප්‍රින්සිපල්.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
The England captain leaves the field, Trotman, after an issue with his hamstring.
Yes, he'll consider himself rather unlucky. Couldn't even finish his first over. Is helped out by Desai there. Phillips to continue from the scoreboard end. And Malinda, what about the other matches that are on at the moment?
Yes, indeed, Nathan. Plenty of good games happening at the moment. Pakistan. They managed to get 226, getting bowled out with 3 balls to spare. In reply, India 31 for none at the moment after 8 overs. And Australia recovered well though. They posted 261 for 8 against West Indies. While West Indies, on the other hand, chasing that target as 64 for 2 at the moment in the 14th over as well. And Zimbabwe and USA game, Zimbabwe managed to get 178 for 7. USA in a comfortable position at the moment with 91 runs on the board with a wicket to fall. And Sri Lanka, on the other hand, chasing that 225 run target against New Zealand in a comfortable position at the moment, 94 for 1 in 12.5 overs as well. While that the game between South Africa and Canada, Canada bowled out for 185 inside 40 overs, and South Africa in reply 76 for 3 in 20 overs so far.
Yes, plenty of live action from across Colombo of the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. And all of those, of course, brought to you live on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare, as Phillips is getting through another quiet over. Just the single off of it so far, 1 ball left to go.
Is a good start to his spell, none for 2 Phillips. Last ball. Another dot ball to finish that over as well. 12 overs completed. Namibia 52 for 4.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है? पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है? तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान, हिलेगी जमीन, मचेगा घमासान. तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान, हिलेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान. बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम, लिखेंगे
Desai to continue after Trotman had to make his way off the field. Stepped up to complete that 11th over. But this pair seem to be surviving Malinda. They've faced collectively 29 deliveries.
Come on, KD.
But that run rate is hovering around that 11 mark now, so surviving won't get them anywhere.
Yes, indeed. Just 3 overs remaining in this first power play as well.
We saw England make 130 odd runs in their 15 over power play. Namibia can only dream of such a feat.
Desai with the ball is the third highest wicket taker for England lineup, with 6 wickets in 4 innings, averaging 15.83. Marcus Sharp with 10 wickets at the top of the order, at the top of the table.
He beats the bat on that occasion, finding some slight away swing. Kurtz not up to the challenge, and a good take by Hickey behind the stumps, but unfortunately for England, no bat on that.
And Zulfi Bhatt from England is the second highest wicket taker, 7 wickets in 4 games.
But both of them not playing today, Malinda. England testing out their bench in this final group tie.
Yes, indeed. England taking their chances to test their bench strength as well. And it's worked actually with their batting order. Really going hard at it against these Namibian bowlers.
Left alone to close out the 13th over. Namibia 53 for 4. Yes, Phillips to continue from the scoreboard end. Just making some adjustments to his field. Namibia still more than 350 runs away from that English total. Was quite the performance from them with bat in hand. England will be hoping for another breakthrough soon. They'll want as big a victory as possible. Help out their net run rate as well. Give them even more confidence.
Nick Phillips has a good outing against Sri Lanka, who picked up 3 wickets for just 28 runs in 9 overs. In their recent clash.
Yes, that game, England versus Sri Lanka, was the game to watch in this tournament so far, I would say. Unfortunately, Sri Lanka not putting up much of a fight with the bat. They dismissed for 146 runs. And England chasing that rather comfortably. And they remain the standout side in this IMC Over-50s World Cup so far. And he struck in front, but just going down the leg side. Yes, revisiting that Sri Lanka versus England game. Sri Lanka batting out 43 overs, been dismissed for 147 runs. England with a brilliant bowling performance, especially in the power play. Marcus Sharp, pick of the bowlers with 4 for 21, and as we were saying earlier, Nick Phillips chipped in with 3 for 28. And managing to chase that down with just the 1 wicket down inside 30 overs. Roy Smith with 79 not out, and Giles Eccleston, who's been the pick of the batsman for England, also rested in today's game, 55 not out. And as that closes out the 14th over with Namibia 53 for 4.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076.
Desai to continue. We saw a maiden over from Phillips previously, Malinda. The Namibian scoring rate has dropped under 4 runs to the over. The body language from Namibia throughout the day has not been good, Malinda.
Yes, indeed. They are off color during this competition so far. This time on the leg side, just a single that time for Namibia.
As Desai into his 3rd over. This time, bit of a loose delivery. Tickle towards that fine leg region where Wildman does well to cut off the boundary. Only ends up conceding a single. And the first run in 10 balls for Namibia.
Currently, New Zealand had the biggest win in terms of runs. They also defeated Namibia's side by 164 runs. And England have plenty of runs on the board. They're able to recreate that record as well.
Yes, the way this game is going, as we saw, Namibia needing still 356 runs to overhaul that England total. And the way things are going, they'll be definitely losing by more than 175 runs as we close out the 15th over. Namibia 59 for 4.
Phillips ends his 3rd over and is ready to start his 4th, and been an economical spell by him. Just 2 runs of 3 overs. 59 for 4. Going at a steady rate after that quick 4 wickets at the start of the Namibian innings, and tries to go over mid wicket but doesn't manage to get hold of it, and takes the single.
Hudzenberg and Kurtz here holding fort after those 4 early wickets. Hudzenberg in particular, he's looked much more composed and assured in his intentions of playing the game. Always looking for that single. Phillips, on the other hand, has been measly in his spell. 3.3 overs, none for 3. Required run rate well over 2 runs a ball. Namibia playing for a lot of pride here. Hudzenberg to continue to face Phillips.
On the leg stump and nudges away down Too fine leg for another single. Singles has been the way Namibia have been going, and they have a required rate of 12.07. That's the main key. They only have 6 wickets left, and these two batsmen are taking all the time they can. Coetzee especially 10 runs of 30 deliveries, 11 of 31 now. Slowly rotating the strike. Hudson-Berg on the other hand, the captain, 16 of 21 deliveries. He's tried to take it on to these English bowlers, but only managed to score around a couple of boundaries so far, as another good over ends from Phillips. It's 62 for the loss of 4 wickets after 16 overs.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
The sun grilling the MCA Grounds as we speak. It's gotten only stronger and stronger as the day goes on. In Namibia trying to survive the 45 overs. Victory realistically out of reach, but it's appreciable that they're hanging in. Kshitij Desai got a quick fire 60 of 36, and he looks to be having so much of energy in him, running in quite easily and delivering a skiddy delivery.
Half take from the keeper. No runs conceded, so there was a brilliant delivery. He bowled a couple of in-swingers and decided to straighten the line and went with the outswinger. Here you go with the miss the off stump. Just grazes it, and a good take from the keeper as another certain boundary is being saved by the English fielders. This has been the difference so far between the English and Namibia. The fielding has been really, really good. There you see diving around and taking all the chances they can.
Textbook bowling by Kshitij Desai, and the occasional loose one being backed up in the field. That's the hallmark of a great team, and England by far have been the best at the IMC Over-50s tournament. Desai to continue. Slightly fuller delivery, sliding onto the pads. Coetzee will get through for a single. 11 of 36, an innings of patience and resolve from the big Namibian. Hudson-Berg on the other hand, playing for a lot of pride. He's led his men into a global event here in Sri Lanka. In comes Desai once again. No chance of a run at the end of the 17th. Namibia 64 for the loss of 4.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
Coetzee and Hudson-Berg out there in the middle, playing a chapter of resolve and resilience, not giving their wicket for free. Phillips on the other hand has been very meagre in his disposition of runs. He'll continue.
Fifth over being bowled by Phillips. He's kept it simple, and that is being castled. Tried to go across, and it was very well looped up and hits the middle stump, rather the middle and leg. And I initially thought he missed it. But the wicket has been taken, and finally the partnership has been broken, even though it wasn't a big one, as David Coisy goes for 11 of 38 deliveries.
Lapse of concentration there by Katsia. He's playing across the line for a ball that was spinning into him. Right decision, wrong execution. And in comes the new batsman, Isidore Titus. He looked very clinical with his approach to his bowling, but nevertheless ended up conceding quite the number of runs, as did every single Namibian bowler. So you really can't fault him. It's not been the most choicest of days if you're a Namibian supporter, and neither has it been a tournament to savour. They will only take back good memories from Sri Lanka's hospitality, not the games that they've played here. Namibia, you've got to applaud the effort to set up such a structure and travel all the way to Sri Lanka, halfway across the globe, in helping making such a tournament a success. 14 teams participating across 15 days here in Colombo, and the sun is out and the humidity has been relentless. A lot of sweat in the whole affair of this tournament across the past 2 weeks. The finals and the semis to be hosted at the prestigious R. Premadasa International Cricket Stadium, and I'm sure these gentlemen, having seen so much in life, would want to tick that off their boxes as well. Nothing really to speak for Namibia, Kavint.
Yeah, Nokia being the highest scorer, 18 of 26 deliveries, and this is the England bowling lineup. 3 wickets up front for Cooper, only 5 overs. He bowled a maiden as well, and the rest, Gidley and Phillips, the 2 right arm spinners, taking the couple of wickets, and surprisingly Gidley was given just the 1 over for 9 runs. He had 1 wicket, and Trotman and Desai have tried as well. Trotman had the captain had to go out of bowling probably due to an injury, and Desai completed as Phillips restarts and guided 2 fine leg, probably looking for the second run, but does not manage to get it. They do not run it as Titus gets off the mark. Hudson-Berg, the captain, is remaining. Phillips, a good economical spell so far, and in his 5th over he has managed to take the wicket as well. There again, nudging it to third man, only a single. The running between the wickets have been slow from Namibia as well. 2 balls remaining in the over as well.
The one shining light for Namibia, if ever there was one, has been Hudson-Berg's innings. It's a long innings of leadership. He's held his ground and made sure that he's waited for the ball to come to him. He hasn't been too ambitious with his stroke play. He's understood the constraints of the context. He's waited for the ball to come to him.
Yes, the stumping opportunity. So take a look at what happened. Ooh, that was a 50-50 decision. He had the leg in the air as well, but the 18th over is done. 66 for 5, Namibia.
Namibia needing 354 of 162 deliveries. Quite the hectic ask. Tuan Haji into the attack. Cooper. I believe it's Gidley who's taken over captaincy in the absence of Richard Trotman. Tuan Haji. Will come off with his slow left armers. Hudson-Berg doing his usual drill, waiting for the ball to come to him, making sure he makes Baron ball. Tuan Haji running across the umpire. Left arm orthodox delivery.
He's floating it up there. He's bowling at a very slow pace. He's trying to get the ball into the right areas, and that's what they should be doing at the moment, because the required run rate has gone over 13.05 to be precise, and the current rate 3.65. And this is the new batsman, the left hand. Haji will fancy bowling to him, because the ball will be spinning into Titus. Still the slip hasn't been taken out, and that was struck outside the off stump, and hence umpire inside edge as well. Titus getting the bat down marginally. Flighted up yet again, but knocked to the leg side by Titus.
Haji to continue with his left arm slower deliveries once again. Titus, no real footwork. He's waiting to block the delivery.
In no hurry is Titus. So again, that's spun outwards, and that's a direct throw, and that's the wicket as well.
England being clinical for fun here, Kavint.
Was a direct throw, and it was a really good throw. Here's the replay. Straight to that man. Picks it up. Good work. And the keeper had nothing to do with it. And very well done by England. This has been the difference. The Namibian fielding was pretty average, but the Englishman showing how to get the work done. This is Titus who has departed, and it's 67 for 6 after 19 overs, Namibia.
Textbook run out, that base of off stump. Joseph walking out to bat for Namibia.
Namibia's best bowler of the day, Joseph.
Looks like the kind of guy you don't want to get into a fight with, Kavint.
And here's Phillips yet again, restarting things from the far end. He's bowled 5.1 overs, 7 runs, 1 wicket. It's a dream spell for any spinner. He's using the conditions to good effect and tried to come down, tried to step out, and at the last moment decided to go back at the ball and nudge it down.
Hudson-Berg trying to take initiative for the first time. Decides against it in the very last moment. Sensible batting by the Namibian skipper. Phillips to continue. Flights it once again, and that should be plumb in front. And umpire will raise his finger. An innings of resolve, of defiance, and of holding fort by the Namibian skipper comes to an end. Hudson-Berg was technically astute in his presence, but Phillips has the last laugh. After 5 overs of trying hard, he'll get his man. The Namibian skipper will have to take that walk back to the pavilion.
Slided back in. It was a perfect delivery for a right-hander as Darby Hudson-Berg goes LBW to Phillips. 18 of 29 deliveries. And just like that, the 7th wicket goes down for Namibia. It's 67 for the loss of 7 wickets after 19.3 overs. New batsman, Fennessy. And both haven't faced a delivery so far. Philip has his 2nd wicket. There's the first delivery. Fennessy faces. And he tried something fancy, but was all right. Tried to get the bat down, Julian Fennessy. This is 5th ball of the over. There again, the ball keeping low and right on time. The bat comes down.
Julian Fennessy there, trying to be proactive in his stroke play. Phillips. He's studied this pitch like a philosopher. Knows where exactly to do what.
Just short of the ball. Was a cotton ball opportunity, and that's the 20th over done. Here's the replay. Just short. Agonizingly short for Phillips. Could have been his 3rd wicket. And that's the 20th over done. Namibia 67 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Dialog television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ my Dialog app මගින්.
All of a sudden, Namibia 67 for 7 after 20 overs. Chasing that 415 run target. They are in all sorts of trouble here once again.
As Haji beats the bat of Joseph there. Joseph not looking quite confident. Facing up to Haji. His team severely under the pump at 67 for 7. Still acquiring more than 300 runs. Just the 3 wickets in hand and just 25 overs left. Victory is all but sealed for England.
Inside edge of the mark, Joseph. And Fennessy back on strike. Who is also yet to get off the mark here. 68 for 7 at the moment in the 21st over. Haji bowling his 2nd over.
Yes, Haji local led with a bit of left arm spin. decent cameo with the bat as well. He'll hope he can add a wicket or two. Beats
Lovely
the,
bowling this from Haji against the right hander.
Nicely floating it up there, tempting that shot from the right hand and then going past the outside edge. A perfect delivery from a left arm spinner, you could say. That time though, little short, but cut straight at Cooper, who's at extra cover. Finishes off with an arm delivery. Fennessy alert to the challenge and closes out the 21st over at 68 for 7. It's a bowling change from the scoreboard in. Jarvis, Luke Jarvis into the attack. Looks like he'll be bowling a few seam-up deliveries, Malinda.
Yes, indeed, and probably they won't finish things off as well.
Yes, so
just 3 wickets to get.
It's just the 3 wickets left for England. Left arm seam-up deliveries from Luke Jarvis. 2 slips and a man catching at silly mid-off to start.
A lawful toss and managed to get over the infield, and it need to check that one.
It's, at least from where we are calling the game, Malinda, looks like that ball just stopped right before reaching the boundary, but the batsmen have collected 3 runs nonetheless. Joseph trying to break the shackles on that occasion. And Jarvis doesn't start as well as he would have wanted to. This time though, much better delivery. Coming back into Fennessy. England will be hoping to wrap up this Namibian batting effort as soon as possible. Wouldn't want to let the tail wag. The tail wagging for Namibia would be rather insignificant here, but who knows, maybe in the semi-finals and the finals, not being able to close out the innings quickly could be something that can hurt England.
Yes, indeed. 71 for 7, 2 balls remaining in this Jarvis first over.
In the air, but just a wide of backward point. Single added to the total, and Joseph to face up the last delivery.
Another dot ball, another single rather. 22 overs completed. Namibia 73 for 7.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ youth එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම event එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. ඩයලොග් ටෙලිවිෂන් නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
මම ගජමෑන්.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेके फेरेंगे तेरी मचेगा
මම ගජමෑන්. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
Drinks were on the field for both sides. 73 for 7 in 22 overs. Namibia chasing 415 runs to win. Just 3 wickets away from another massive win for England.
Yes, Haji to continue. 2 right-handers in for Namibia. Will take the ball away from them. Threatening the outside edge. But yes, England all set to get out of this group stage without losing a single game. 2 slips in for Joseph.
Joseph on 5. Bowling round the wicket to Haji. This time working towards the mid wicket. Just a single once again. These two batters easily rotating the strike at the moment. Fenesi on back on strike, 1 off 8. And that's a beauty of a delivery once again from Haji. Completely deserved the bat at that occasion.
Peach of a delivery there from Haji. He'll consider himself unlucky not to grab a wicket off that challenge in both the outside edge and the off stump. But unfortunately for him, missing both. And a slight appeal for stumping, but Fennessy had his foot grounded. We turn our attention to the NCC grounds just across from here. Sri Lanka 182 for the loss of just 1 wicket in pursuit of 225, and they seem like they'll be the team to join England in the semi-finals on Thursday.
Another beauty of a delivery as well, once again from these left arm spinner. Bit of a
challenge in the outside edge. Once again, a tentative stroke from Joseph. This time in the block hole, squeezed away towards a vacant mid-wicket region. And the slow MCA outfield will restrict Namibia to just the 2 runs off that last ball. It's 76 for 7 after 23. Yes, look at that comparison there, Malinda. England 102 runs and 7 wickets better off than Namibia after 23 overs. Namibia still needing 339 runs, looks very much out of reach. In comparison, England were 178 for no loss and to the completion of the 23rd over. Namibia would consider themselves lucky to even get to 178 at the end of their batting innings. Just the 9 boundaries so far for them. And Jarvis to continue for his second over. Required run rate well above 15 as well. Tries to sweep that one. Little too full for the to attempt that stroke. Sneaks under the bat. England all set to win their 6th match on the trot at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. The Over-50s World Cup, of course, Malinda, been around since 2018, where it was played in Australia. And this is the 4th edition of it, I believe. 2018 in Australia, 2020 and 2023 in South Africa, and now 2025 in Sri Lanka.
This time down the leg side, trickle away. Just a couple of runs for Namibia. That Pakistan versus India game going to be a cracker. With Pakistan at the second of the table in that Group B, they with 8 points, and if India going into win this game, and their points are equal to that Pakistan, and net run rate will come into play.
Yes, as that's whipped away by Fennessy. Once again the ball slowing up. But yes, India-Pakistan always a cracker at any level, at any tournament, and that game is set to decide who England will be playing, I believe, in the semi-final. Should Sri Lanka seal that victory over Australia, they'll be taking on and renew the score. Pakistan 226 all out, India 97 for the loss of 1 wicket after 18 overs. They'll need to chase that total down in enough time to improve their net run rate above that of Pakistan, as Jarvis closes out another quiet over, 79 for 7.
Pusa Leisure Private Limited is inviting you to invest for this project for the development of golf course and 120 individual houses, which will be selling outright. Required investment is $30 million, which is the value of 49% of shares and is available for you to invest. Whatever amount you can invest will yield benefit within less than 5 years.
Yes, and after 24 overs, a change in personnel behind the stumps for England. So Hickey, who was keeping well so far, has made his way off the pitch and has been replaced. He's got a baseball mask on. He's substitute wicket keeper for England.
Sri Lanka and USA were competing for that second spot in that Group A points table, but with the things going around at the moment, Sri Lanka clearly will make it to the semi-finals. They are just 38 runs away from the victory, while USA on the other hand, they are chasing that 179 run target, 145 for 3 at the moment.
That's it, that's good.
Yes, both teams set to win, but I believe Sri Lanka had more points going into this final fixture, and hence will find themselves advancing into the semi-finals, and deservedly so, Malinda. They've been one of the best teams. As an appeal for stump in there, foot was in the air for a split second or so, but Tennessee managed to get it down in time. But yes, Sri Lanka, apart from that one blip against England, who as we can see have been the most clinical side in this tournament so far, they've done well in their other games and should qualify along, should join England and Australia in the semi-finals. And after we have a result from the PUSA grounds in Bandaragama, we know who our fourth semi-finalists will be. And those games set to be played on Thursday, I believe, Malinda?
Yes, 20th February will face off these important clashes in these IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. And bowled him a bit of a time to pick up that 8th wicket. Haji with his first 8th wicket goes down for Namibia.
Yes, this wicket was coming for quite a while. Malinda, Fennessy and Joseph both looking quite tentative against the turning ball from both these left armers for England. Haji, beautiful arm delivery on that occasion. Just went on with the arm and striking the top of middle stump. Julian Fennessy then makes his way back for 3 of 18. Namibia 80 for 8.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
So 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Can Haji finish it off for England?
Yes, just 2 wickets left for Namibia. Haji with a chance to seal the victory with a hat-trick, although looks a bit unlikely as Rensburg with that number 99 jersey has made his way out into the middle. Willem Rensburg for Namibia. Haji with his tail up. Arm delivery once again, and Rensburg nicely timed straight down the ground, and he's off the mark with a boundary. A lovely shot from him. Thought that was going safely to the mid-on fielder, but Brilliantly timed on that occasion. And the on drive, not an easy shot to execute for any batsman. Rensburg doing that to perfection on that occasion.
And another beautiful delivery. A wicket taking over comes to an end from Haji. Namibia 84 for 8 after 25 overs has been completed.
ए लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान बीच पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Joseph van Rensburg in the crease.
No, just behind, sort of cover point.
331 runs more to get in 20 overs. That's never going to happen. It's only a matter of time when England win. It's a new bowler by the looks of it. 25 overs done. Jarvis is ball 2 overs for 6 runs. Pretty good. A leggy and try to go over the offside, but did not manage to connect. This is Joseph.
Required run rate of an almost 17. That'll be wicket number 9 through the gate. Jarvis rattling Joseph. He was wielding the bat more like a baton in his stay at the crease. Aggressive throughout in his approach, and the Englishman will finally find a way through his defences. And
Tried to smack it over mid-wicket and only managed to not connect it as Ken Josephs go for 7 runs of 15 balls. And it's the last man who's in, Bukes. .84 for the loss of 9 wickets. England on the verge of recording the highest victory margin of the tournament. They scored 415 runs, 14 runs, and gave Namibia a target of 415. And at the end of the 25th over, Namibia are looking down the barrel. 84 runs for the loss of 9 wickets. And here comes Jarvis.
baseball helmet in place by the English wicketkeeper. I believe that's Charlie Knightley. Flighted delivery.
There's no one at fine leg, so they'll cross over.
I don't think Bukes is too interested in running between the wickets, Kavinth.
He's trotting down as we see Rensburg, who scored a boundary in the previous over. Will he go for a similar shot? There again, just evading the mid-on fielder. Will probably get just the single.
Charlie Knightley back on the field for England, designated wicket-keeper. Was short of a few runs today, but managed to open the batting with Jonathan Wheelman and get that 50. He's back with his characteristic baseball helmet.
That's another over done. 26 overs done. 86 for 9, Namibia. 1 wicket needed for England to wrap this up.
Tuan Haji to continue. Required run rate of almost 17. Namibia will need not just a miracle, they'll need God here if they are to pull this off. It's a matter of when rather than if England get through the defences of the final pair. Rensburg facing Haji. Drop kicks it down to mid-on, no chance of a run, cut off by the fieldsman there. Clinical performance by England, Kavint. You would have expected this coming into this game, given the nature of how both these teams have fared throughout the tournament. England set to qualify for the semi-finals unbeaten, and Namibia set to take that long flight back home to the south of Africa. And overall, I think had the toss been the other way, we would have all been home by now, given the context of how affairs have turned out. But England putting up a mammoth 414 in 45 overs.
It was a good hit out from the English batters. Plenty of runs scored throughout the middle order, and that's the catch been taken. I think he dropped it. Very lucky for Namibia, and that probably is the first mistake the English has done today. It's a simple catch. The keeper should have gone for it. And
it's an unspoken understanding and rule that whenever the keeper is in the vicinity of a catch, you let the gloves do the work. No communication between Knightley at that point. Umpire Asoka De Silva wanting to get away with affairs quickly.
Last ball of the 27th over to Rensburg. Flighted up, and that probably will be given, and that's the game done and dusted. 86 for all out in 27 overs, and England get a massive win. Thought it went down the leg side, but the umpire has already given it out, and that's the game done and dusted. And Hadi gets 2 for 10 as well.
328 run win for the Englishman, the biggest in the IMC Over-50s tournament. Nothing really to speak of for Namibia today. They were already trodden across this tournament, and to meet the toughest challenge of it all towards the end was perhaps more of a salt on the wound situation, as David Bukes and Rensburg take that depressing walk back to the pavilion here at the MCA Grounds. Well, or rather on the opposite side, it'll be Charlie Knightley and the English team led by Gidley in praise of Trotman, who will happily take that bus to Ketarama come the day after tomorrow. Namibia end up their tournament. Commiserations for their participation in such a grandiose event here in Colombo. And a warm applause in the audience, both English and Namibian fans alike, for both the teams for a wonderful show of cricket today. The umpires basking in the sun all day, led by umpire Asoka De Silva in the middle. Tough day out. It's not been forgiving. The climate in Colombo has been pretty hard. We had Bob Baxter not so long ago with us from the English management. He was talking about how the humidity was getting the better of their players, and they had to take a lot of rest and a lot of time spent in hotel. They couldn't leave the place because everybody had a lot of physical strain. Well, they have a day off tomorrow, but it's an all-important semi-final the following day.
And we'll take a look at the batting card of Namibia. Nothing much to say. They are Nokia 18 of 26 deliveries, and Hudsenberg, the captain, 18 of 29 deliveries, and Coetzee, 11 of 38 deliveries. Only those three players went on to double figures, and all others were on single figures, and a pretty disappointing batting card for Namibia, and England has given away 18 extras as well, so that's an very high extras per game, because Namibia gave away 52 extras as well. As we see another clinical bowling performance, Cooper started off brilliantly, picked up 3 wickets up at the top, 3.8 runs per over for him, and Wildman had a good 3 overs as well. Gidley and picked up the only wicket for himself, and he only bowled 1 over as well. And at the back end, Phillips and Haji picking up 2 wickets apiece and ending the Namibian innings at 86, all out in just 27 overs.
First up, Cooper had the last laugh across the overs, a few shots here and there by the Namibians, but overall it was an affair to savour for the English bowlers. A lot of swing up front, especially by Cooper, getting that early wicket and a wonderful catch in the slips behind of age, and then some very, very good bowling. This swing kept on happening for Cooper, and a lot kept happening for the Englishmen. They were clinical in the field, valiant, but Gidley, stand-in captain, getting his only wicket on that occasion, and after that it was a matter of when rather than if for the Namibians to be bundled out for a total of 86. Desai had his fair share of bowling and couldn't offer much, but it was Phillips with an economy rate of 1.17, 2 important clinical wickets, and got them at a measly cost. Beautiful bowling. And this, a run out defying age, base of stump, clear. And with that, the English and Namibian teams wrapped up proceedings. Here and there, consolation boundaries for the Namibians, but it was Joseph's wicket, and then finally Rensburg being given out, closing off the curtains for this tournament for Namibia. Here from Colombo, the match of course was heavily one-sided. England 414 for 3, 4 half-centuries in that innings. Wildman and Knightley both opening and getting more than a run a ball half-centuries. But the pick of the batters, 60 of 36 and 56 of 30. Kshitij Desai and Alex Richards, both of them doing incredibly well. Commiserations to the Namibian bowlers. Joseph coming up with 1 for 43 and Jenis and Lestrange sharing a wicket apiece. Namibia, of course, nothing much to account for in their batting. Fantastic bowling up front for Cooper, and Phillips and Haji sharing 2 apiece. Hudsenberg 18 and Nokia 18, both of them tried their best to survive as much as they could, but it was a matter of time before England concluded affairs and qualify unbeaten for the semi-finals at the R. Premadasa International Stadium by winning their final group stage game by mammoth 328 runs. Bringing to you live action here from the Mercantile Cricket Association grounds of the IMC Over-50s World Cup. It was an amazing day, sharing the entire event with all of you, ladies and gentlemen, from here at everybody from ThePapare.com. Looking forward to see you across the next 2 match days on the 20th and the 22nd as we gear up for the all-important semis and the finals at the R. Premadasa International Stadium, happening not so long from now. So stay tuned with ThePapare.com as we keep bringing you live action from the all-important IMC Over-50s Men's World Cup.